All right, so I will be introducing the next speaker. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our day 2. This is NELIREF Research Foundation's summer school. We had a morning session, and in the morning session we spent time showing you how to install your tools, packages, and how to use web-based platforms. We also had 2 instruction sessions. We had Git and GitHub, and we also had AI assistance and vibe coding. Those are the sessions we had in the morning. We hope you all benefited from those sessions. Materials were sent to you just a while ago, especially the GitHub. You also get the materials for AI assistance and vibe coding. Also, we believe you took the attendance. The answers will be provided in the course of this session. Before we move into the hands-on session for Git and GitHub, code spaces, and AI assistance and vibe coding. We'll make that available. So I'll be inviting our next speaker, Peter, who has been handling our Python programming to take over. We're going to be doing more on the hands-on skills. Yesterday we had instructional sessions where he was able to teach you Python. We had a short hands-on session. He's going to continue from where he stopped, and hopefully after the hands-on session we give you we show you the task 1, and then with all the guidelines we guide you on how you can go about your task 1, and then we'll come back next week Friday and do more on Python a little bit based on the submissions you will make, and then we'll continue with machine learning, deep learning, and NLP. So I'll be inviting our brother Peter Tsaha to take over from here.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for this afternoon section. I want to thank our instructors handling other courses.
And also, if
The
you can
good
pray,
work.
and then we get started as well. Thank you.
Sir?
I just reminded that if you can pray, if you can help us pray.
All right. That is very important. Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead straight and pray. In Jesus' name. Amen. Gracious Father, King of mercy, Lord and our God, we worship you. We give you praise and glory for all you are doing in our lives at this time. We want to thank you for NELIREF Research Foundation, who has put up this training at this critical time to train us in skills, to equip with these digital skills so that we will better serve you. We ask that, Lord, you will help us. You who has helped us in other sections will help us even in this that we are about to begin. Pray for all that are facing challenges in joining, that Father, you help them overcome their challenges. We pray for deep understanding, that every one of us who is still struggling to understand what is actually going on, as they follow this section and the ones in the future, and as they also study the materials on the YouTube, we pray that, Lord, you bring deep illumination to their understanding, that they will understand everything and practice and continue on their journey on this journey. We ask that, Father, you grant us grace to do our best to bring the instruction as simple as we can within a short possible time. We thank you so much for helping us and for always being there to help us. We know you will be here to help us. Receive glory, honor, and praise even in this evening section, in the mighty name of Jesus. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. So we don't have so much time today. And there are so many things we are going to be covering. So we are going to do our best with the time available. I can see that we have about 36 people online already, and we hope to take off now, and others will join subsequently. Yesterday, is there anybody that is here that was not here yesterday or doesn't have the materials? I mean this Jupyter notebook that we are going to be using. If you don't have it, you can indicate with a minus in the chat so that you'll be attended to. I'm sure other instructors are there to help me put it up. So you can do well to access that. So thank you very much. Try and get that so that you will get along with us. Yesterday, we were able to cover some distance. I won't be going over that, but if you look at this environment, there are three dots here where I am pointing. When you click on them, you will have, it will show a table of content. So we still have so many things to cover in this, but if we speed up, we will we cover a lot of ground, but we are trying our best not to speed up and discourage those that are struggling to understand little by little. If we speed up, we may be tempted to brush over certain things that needs detailed explanations. So yesterday we were able to come up to, I think we were on strings, if I'm not mistaken. So if I click on okay boolean, does it float? If I click on it to take me to that part. So this is how to easily navigate through this section. During your period of study, if you access this table of content, you can click on any part and you will get to that section. Maybe you want to study it sequentially. That is how to access it easily. You
I
want to
think we did.
study,
I
if you
think
want
we
to study slicing, you can just click on slicing and you are on that part that covers that. So I think we covered integers. Okay, this was the point we were. Am I right? I need your feedback. Hello, do we have people that were around yesterday?
Yes, I think we passed integers. We were on floating. We were on float.
Okay, I think I can remember we're talking about casting.
Yes, it was actually casting.
Okay, before we take off, who can tell us what casting means. What do we mean by casting?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, yeah. When we say we're casting in Python, precisely in programming, we mean we're trying to change a particular variable, that data type to another type. For instance, if we want to typecast, maybe a particular variable is integer, we want to change it to float. Then we put that variable, we'll put float, then we'll put it in a constructor in a bracket covering that particular variable. So that variable now will now change to float.
Okay, it's all right. Thank you very much for that intelligent and brilliant contribution. If you got that from here, I will justify that you actually got something from yesterday's class. Maybe except you knew it before coming here. But I appreciate that input, that good observation. Okay, I can see other people dropping their response also in the comment section. Casting in programming is not the same as casting news. So if you don't have good understanding, if you are asked, you may be tempted to say casting is something else, but that is just the direct explanation that this person has given. So this is the point. I can remember we stopped yesterday. So yesterday I was trying to explain something, and I think I was not getting the right way. I wasn't getting it the right way. I want to put it straight today. Um,
Are you still there? We can't hear you. Hello? All right, so it seems we can't hear him. I'm trying to see if I can bring him up. All right, it seems he's trying to rejoin the meeting. Okay, I think he's here. All right, we lost you. You can go ahead.
Sorry about that. I just discovered I was not connected. Um,
All right, it seems we lost you again. Can you try to, you may try to rejoin the meeting, or I don't know. It seems we still lost you. All right, he's trying to rejoin the meeting. Let's give him 1 or 2 minutes.
So sorry about that. I don't know why my network is not, maybe it's because of the weather here. My network is not very stable, but I hope that it will not repeat again. I think I've addressed it to some extent. Well, I think what I said was passed across, or we didn't get it.
Yeah, so just go ahead. We'll be able to.
Hello?
We can hear you. So go ahead from where you stopped, and you can start
Let's
sharing your screen
assign
again.
the current year is variable. The current year, which is 2026, and execute
All right, it's still breaking, but let's hope. We
it.
can't hear you clearly.
We pass it into this variable. It's
Uh,
connecting. That is how usually do a first time. It's connecting. I've not connected it, so it's trying to connect.
it seems it's still not so strong. Is it possible that we can switch our sessions where I take noun? I take my noun, and then you come later.
Hello?
Okay, we can hear you. Try it
Okay,
again.
it's all
If
right.
it keeps failing, we can switch our sessions. I can come deliver, and then you can come later, but let's try it again.
Okay, it's all right. It's okay. I think that would be better. Let's try it. Let's see how it works this time. Okay, so I've assigned 2026 to this variable. So we are trying to cast it. 2026 is an integer. So attaching a float here before the year, we are trying to use the function to convert from string to float. So let me execute this. It's running, it's trying to connect. And as soon as it connects, you see a mark behind it. You see a mark beside it here, showing that the execution was done. Yes, it has been done. So now we can go ahead and run the codes under this section. Anything under here can be run. So we are trying to, by this, we are using this command to convert this integer that is put into this, that have been passed into this variable. So when you run it here, this is the year. Now you can see the result with a dot 0 at the end. So this is now a float type. That is how you can cast from integer to float. And you can as well. But this is a temporary thing. If you call now, if you still call this current year, you will see that what will come out will still not be a float. If you try to, let me bring a different code section and do that. Okay, if you say current year, say current year, if you type it down, you see that it's still 2026 that is still showing. This is the integer that is passed here. You wonder why you have casted this year and it's still showing. And when you call the year, it is still showing an integer. And if you do the type, if you try to check the type, it will still show you that it is an integer. So if you want to change the value that has been passed here, you want to cast it permanently, you have to include this as you have to save it in a variable. And that is what is done here. You say current year equal to float current year. So you are now floating this and saving it in this current year variable. That is reassignment. That is the reassignment. So you convert it and save it here. But here I only converted it and it showed up here, but it does not change. It didn't change the value that has been in it. So that is how you can cast maybe tentatively and also cast the cast permanently by reassignment. So now let's call the current year here. It is still 2026 because that is what I've been. That is the last this thing. That is the last we casted this and kept it here. But by execution, since I've not executed it, it's still working with the previous information. If I execute this cell now and rerun this, you will see that it will be different. Now it will come as a float. So I'll be able to, I think with this short course, I'll be able to demonstrate how you can cast from integer to float. The value entered here is an integer. It was casted tentatively and you see that it showed that it's a float. But when we call the year here, it still came as an integer because it was not saved. It was not reassigned here. So we had to do the reassignment here so that the current year is casted from integer to float permanently. All right, so we can as well do the same thing because up there we said that you can cast from float to integer and from integer to float. So we have done that. I think I demonstrated how you can cast from int to float. And using the same, you can use the same method to do just by changing this float. You put int there, you can cast from int to, you can cast from float to int just with that command. I think that is what is demonstrated here. This is type current year. Is the current year. If you check the type, or let me try to let me see, let me change this to an integer so that we can see how we can convert from the integer. Okay. I think we have a demonstration down here on that, so I don't need to still work on this, but this is current year. If you check the type, you will see that it's float. But if I type int here, if I change, let me change it here so that it will reassign to this variable. So this is int. Let me execute this code. And now anything you call now, it is an integer. So I've been able to replace float with int here, and the current year is now changed, casted back to integer, the same way it was saved in the initial variable. All right, so that is how I think we get that. So anywhere you call the current year now, it will come as an integer, and the type is int. You check this is int. So we're able to change from int to float, and I think that is very clear, and all of us got it right. Don't really understand what's happening with my code. Having some mix up here, so let me try and fix that. All right, this is where I was. Maybe I scrolled to another direction. Okay, so without wasting time, let's go ahead to the next one. This is float. Current year is 2026. Float. Current year is float. So now, a large number. Let me try and execute this. This is not, there is no value saved in this variable yet. So let's just try to assign a large negative number to that. So minus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. I think this is large enough and it's a negative number. Let me run it. So you can float this. I want to cast it to a float. So I'll put float and reference this this variable. When you run it, you see that it has been converted to float. This will tell you that whether positive integer or negative, they still obey this rule of casting. So this is the value of pi. That's the value of pi. We know it to be, I've not assigned it. I think we have the value of pi up. So instead of reassigning it here, let me go back and execute the cell that contained that value. I think we're able to touch the value of pi yesterday. So if you don't execute the cell and you call it down, it will not work. I'm sure we have the value of pi somewhere above.
Under float.
Yes, okay, thank you. Let me check gradually.
I think the value of pi is 3.142.
All right, that is good. 3.142. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This
That's
is the
22
value of
divided by
pi.
7.
All right, thank you. So this is the number, this is the cell, but it was not executed. So I tried calling it below and it didn't work. So let's execute it. So now anywhere you call it below, it references this cell and bring out the value. So let's call it here. You see that the value will appear, and it's of which type? The type is float. The type is float. So because it has a decimal point, I think we explained this yesterday very, very clear. So let me just run this. So for reference purposes, we now have to be looking up, back, and forth. All right, so let me try and go back to where I was. All right, so now if I execute this, the value will show up. Okay, let me clean this equal to. I was trying to reassign the value. So now it has come. So if you check the type is int. Okay, we are trying to cast it to an int. This is a float, and if you attach an int before the value, you convert it to a string, to an int, sorry. So that is how we cast the value from this floating output to an int. Think this is very simple and very clear. Just by attaching int or float here, you cast from one data type to another. This is Avogadro's number. Let's execute this there. I think it is up above somewhere also. I will need to execute that cell before we call it down. So this is Avogadro's number and saved here. This is where the value was passed into this variable. So you need to execute this cell before you can call it down. So since that is executed, and all the cells that are executed, you see a mark, a green mark beside them. So now when we come down and call it, you will see that it will reference the previous cell and bring down the value for us. Okay, so this is a float value. You can convert it to an int by clicking here. Now this value is very long, and we said a float value contains a decimal point and an exponential. You see that this Avogadro number has both, so it's clearly a float value. It has that is exponential to the power of 23. And if you convert it to an int, this is the output you get. The number is long in this format. That is why it is written in this manner, in a shorter way. Okay, so we can cast this. We have succeeded in casting this float value to its integer form. This is the output here. So I think that also is explicit enough. So this is the shortest. Okay, this is an int. You write int into this. You write any number here. This is a float, and you write int before it has casted it by removing this decimal and zero, this decimal point, and you have the value there. I think that is explicit enough. Let's go on to another thing. While performing arithmetic operations, integers are automatically converted to floats. Anytime you perform arithmetic operations, most times with integers, they convert to floats, especially when a float and an integer are carrying out are involved in the expression. Yesterday we spoke about expression. So when you have an expression that contains float, definitely you know that the outcome, the result is going to be a float value. If any of the operands is a float, also the division operator, this one slash. Yesterday we saw arithmetic operators, and we saw this one slash, and we have double slash. So anytime you carry out arithmetic operations with this single slash, the result is always a float. Even if both operations are integers, the result will always be a float. But each time you carry out an operation with the double slash, the operator, this double slash operator, if both of them are integers, you get an integer. In fact, all of them, they return this operator, your result is always an int. So we are going to go through this series to check what I've just said. Like this, in this case, this is a 45 is an int. Is involved in this expression with a float. So an int and a float, you are adding them, the result is a float. And that is the explanation above here. If you follow this explanation, you will not miss out on the exercises that follow. So here you can typecast, you can find the type of this. What is the type? If you click, you see that it's a float. Now this is 45 plus 3 multiplied by 3 dots. As long as there is a dot here, whether there is no zero behind, is considered a float. So the answer will be a float. So the type will still be a float type. Okay. No, this one is different. This is 45 multiplied by 3. If you check the type of this one, clearly from even the output, you see that 135.0, since it has a decimal point, is a float. So if you like, you can go ahead to check the type and you can check it like this. You say type and you put 45 times 3 dots. You ask Python, you ask the Python compiler to tell you the output will be a float. Here, the type is int. And because this is an integer carrying out an operation on an integer, so the type is float. Both of them are integers, but when it comes to division, both of them will be integers, but the result will be a float when you are dividing with a single slash. So if you run this, you see that the outcome is 5.0, which is a float. And just to confirm that, if we run the type here, you see that the type that comes out is a float. Float type. The outcome is float type. Okay? Okay, so now this is 10/3. It's giving us a float because this is a single slash. This is a single slash. Though both of them are integers, they are going to return a float data type. Just the same thing with this. Both of them 10/4. You still have a float outcome. This one definitely it should give us a decimal number. And here this is double slash. Now this is where we expect an integer outcome when we carry out these operations. If 10 divided by 2, the result is 5, just like we proved it above, but because this one was single slash, we had 5.0. This one is double slash, we have just 5, which is an integer output. And if you check the type, you will see that no, this is not. Okay, this is a single slash. If I include the double slash here and check the type, you see that it will change to an integer. I think that is clear enough. Any confusion, you will let me know in the comment section. Do you have any? You can drop your questions down. I think people are tending to the questions to drop in the comment section. There are people there to address them. But if you are not clear, maybe at the end of the section, we allow room for questions. So let me go ahead. So like what we said in the cheat sheet that was shared, I think let me check that. It was on, okay, mathematical operators. We had addition, subtraction, multiplication, single slash, double slash, and the next one was modulus. We call this symbol modulus. It's not percent. It's modulus in operation. As an operator, when it's serving as an operator, we call it a modulus. So in this case, it's also it carries out division. So we have 3 levels of division in Python operation and in programming actually. So we have the single one for division, double one for division, and then the modulus. Both of them carries out division operation, but the outcome varies. Just as we have seen for single and double slash, you can tell the difference in the outcome. So now, the modulus, what does the modulus do? If you say 10 divided by 3, what is the outcome that you expect? It carries out a division and returns the remainder. That is what modulus does. So if you say 10 divided by 3 is the remainder that comes out, the remainder is always the result. So let's run this and see that the remainder is 1. You know that 9 can divide 3 without a remainder. There will be no remainder, but 10 divide 3 and there is 1 remainder. So basically this returns the remainder. If you put in 4 here and run it, you see that the remainder will be 2 because 8 divided by 4, you have 2, the remainder is 2. So basically modulus returns the remainder. Okay, and the type of this, we have already established that when it is double slash, you expect what? When it's double slash, what do you expect in the outcome? What data type do you expect? It's all
integer.
right. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. It means we have understood that. So let's run this and see that it's an int that shows up. Okay, so now they have I was trying to show the difference between double and single slash. I don't think we understood that. So I don't know. Both of them, both the single, double, and modulus are very handy depending on the situation. They are very important. Depending on the situation you encounter, you would want to use one of them. I've been enjoying using modulus, especially when you are finding the factors of a number. You just ask the program if any number divide by this, that is when you are designing a simple calculator to get factors of a particular number. You can say any number that divides this number without a remainder. When the remainder is 0, you should reference that as a factor. You should output or print that then this number is a factor. And you can build on that. And even with the modulo, with the single and doubles, like they are very important. But they still have, I don't know whether to say disadvantage between the single and double slash. Let me try and explain that before we go on. When you divide, when you divide, um, let me try and get another environment to prove what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to launch my Python IDE and prove some things for us to see. In case you don't know, this is what comes up when you install Python. So it's an environment where you can run codes easily and test maybe this basic codes. We were introduced to that last year during the hands-on session, but this year I don't think we did that. And it's delaying showing up. All let me just go ahead. Okay, that's finally come up now. So this environment you can run Python codes. For instance, I want to test out maybe 10 divided by 3. This is 3.033. If you use a single slash, it will return this. If I use 10 / a 3, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 / 0.033, 3 This is what comes out. So we may prefer the single slash as returning a float, but this one returns an int. But this double slash, the entire numbers after the decimal point will be gone. You only have only the integer part that will show. Even if it is 10 divided by 2, or let me say, let me try to use 12 divided by 3. No, 12 divided by 4. I'm trying to check for a number that will give a significant, or let me say 17 divided by 3. Okay, so let me, that is not what I even intended to do. 17 divided by 3. All right, this is better. This is what I want to use to explain a point. Normally, okay, let me also run it with double slash so that we can compare the outcome. This is returning only 5 when you use double slash. But when you use single slash, it's returning 5.6, which is enough to round up to 7, to 6. So at least this double slash would have returned a 6 here, but it is not concerned with anything after the decimal point. It doesn't round up to add up to the integer. It only returns just the integer. And when you run it with the single slash, it comes with this long number, which you may not want the whole numbers. So how can we address that? That is where Python functions. There are Python functions that handles that. And one of them is the round function. The round function, if you have a number like this, you want to round it up, let's run it and see what happens. This is 24 because the digit here is up to 5. Any number after the decimal point up to 5 rounds up to add to this, but below 5 rounds down. So there's no addition to the integer part. For instance, if I change this 6 to 4 and run it, you will see that this is 23. Only the integer part is reflected. But any number above that, which was 6, if you run it, you have this number rounded up. That is a function of round, and that addresses the differences in the output of the single slash and double slash. So moving forward, this round has attributes. It has 2 attributes here. You enter the number and which is separate with a comma to tell you the number of rounds the number of decimal point after the decimal point that you want to be displayed in your work. So if you round this is to 2 decimal places. Are we getting what I'm saying at all? Are we understanding it? Any reactions? If you understand it, all right, I can see yes. Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead. So the round formula, if you change this 2 to 3, you will see that the number will be rounded up to 3 decimal places. If you change it, if you don't put it at all, it will still work. To still round it up, and to round it up to the nearest whole number. So this is a work of round. Okay. So there are many other math functions that you can use on a number when carrying out operations. You can check that out. You can go to your Google and type out Python math functions, and I'm sure you get a lot of materials that we display that to you, and you can as well watch video tutorials on YouTube on math function. Just search and you will see a lot of other functions that are used. Other functions you cannot readily access them, like this round function. You cannot readily access them. That is why we're telling us that Python has a lot of libraries that handles different operations. And one of them is the math module. This math module, you import it and use it. Now, if I don't import it, this line of code is importing the math module. So with this math module, you can access many more functions that you will use in carrying out operation using the integer, using the number and data type. One of them is seal. Sealing, we can just illustrate with sealing and floor. And we are already done with round, so I won't bother myself rounding here. So what is seal and what is floor? This math.seal, this is called sealing. We say you are sealing the number. Yeah, it's sealing. Wherever you are, maybe you are sitting in a room like me, and the room I'm sitting in has a ceiling above me, and it has a floor that my legs are touching on. I don't know if that is the same case with you. So I'm using this to illustrate ceiling and floor. Ceiling, when you apply it, it rounds up the value, not minding the decimal point. Anything that comes after the decimal point is rounded up because ceiling is usually up. You put the ceiling on the roof. So it will always be taking anything after the decimal point up. So if I run this, even though the 2 is not up to 5, it will be rounded up. And the value that I'll be expecting will be, okay, let me execute this import math. This is what I said. This is name, math is not defined. I've not executed this line of code, so it's throwing an error. So I must import it into my sheet for it to carry out to be effective. So now that effected it, let me run it again and see. So we see 24. This is 3. The integer part here is 3. And the first number here is not up to 5, but that's taking it up to the ceiling. So you see, you take that is how we see a number, a float data type. If you seal it, it runs up to the nearest integer. Why the floor does an opposite of the ceiling? The floor always take it down to the floor. So if you have this and you run it, you discover that just the integer part that is reflected. Maybe you are not interested in the remaining values. You will just lose those values. Whichever, like I earlier said, whichever instance that will show up, you will want to use either of these ones. You want to round it up to the nearest integer, you want to round it down to the nearest integer. Okay, so that is the work of the seal and floor. I hope that is explanatory enough. Okay, let's go ahead. This is round, so you can run this. We are already there to that. Okay, now we are going to Boolean. Boolean represents one of two values, that is true or false. Boolean have the type bool. When you put type false, if you say type false, what do you expect to come out? The type of false. False is an output for Boolean, is an output for Boolean operator. So if you set the type to show you that the type is bool. Bool stands for Boolean. You see, that is why we say Python has English-like structure. They are not quite complex. It comes almost like English language. You see bool here, then it carries the first 4 letters to be the data type description. So here true, if you run it, we still see bool. So because true or false are Boolean data type. So if you can set, if you can declare a variable and set the data type to be a Boolean variable, and when you run it, when you run the data type, you see that is okay. This I've succeeded in setting false in this. Is this Saturday? This is a variable that I want to declare. Is this Saturday? Is today Sunday? Is today Sunday? This is today Sunday is equal to false. So if you run this, you will see false in the output because today is not Sunday. It's not just that today is not Sunday, it's the value that have been set here. If you change this false to true, you change this false to true. Like I told us, when writing, you must ensure that the first character is capital. So let me execute this and run it here. Is today Sunday? Now it's true that have been passed in here. If I call it, will show me true because the value that have been passed in this variable. I hope that is clear. So let me change it to false because today is not Sunday. I run it here. Is today Saturday equal to true? Yes, today is Saturday. So I save it in this variable and I call it here. All are Boolean. That is how you can assign a Boolean variable to a Boolean value to a variable. Is today Saturday? True. You can run that and get it. So the type of this variable now will be what? Bool. If you run it, you see the type as bool. So Booleans are generally the result of a comparison operation. Remember in the data types, we saw that there is one that is comparison. You have comparison operator. Can check the list of operators that were given to us. We have arithmetic comparison operators. These are comparison operators. We have equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, or greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Those are the comparison operators. I hope I'm not overspeeding today. I'm sure we are getting along. I'll just maintain. If I'm overspeeding, please let me know. Okay. Okay, there are questions in the comment section which I may not have bothered attending to them. So let's go ahead to the comparison operators. Your questions will be addressed. Just keep dropping them in the comment section. I believe there are people who will attend to you. And if not, at the end of the training, there will be room for question and answers. Okay, now we are going to compare values using this operator. This is equal to and this is greater than or equal to. The cost of ice bag is equal to 1.25. Is ice bag expensive? This is the variable name. You can name it anything, but this is a variable name that is descriptive. So is ice bag expensive equal to? This is the condition. This is the condition that has been passed in this variable. And the condition is that cost of ice bag is equal to cost of ice bag greater than or equal to 10 should be regarded as maybe that is when you should regard it as being expensive. Cost of ice bag greater than or equal to 10 is saving this variable. So when it is less than or equal to 10, what should you expect? It means it is not expensive. So the variable up here say cost of ice bag is set. Cost of ice bag is set in this variable as 1.25. maybe $1.25. But when it gets greater than or equal to $10, you say that bag is expensive. Okay, so let's try to run this. So this is the first variable that contains the price of the bag. This one is to determine using this condition whether it's expensive or not. So is ice bag expensive? If you call it now, it will say false. It will say false because this condition, this checks the value of the ice bag here and know if it's as long as it is less than or equal to 10, it will keep telling you false. It is, which means it's not expensive. So you can keep changing as time goes on. Maybe the cost of bags, cost of ice bags is increasing. Maybe it increased to $5. But if you check, it will still show that it is not expensive. It will still show false. But all of a sudden, the prices just go to $15. And when you try to check, you will now see that 15 is greater than 10. So it said true. It means the cost of ice bag is now expensive. It's true. So if you compare with the standard price that determine whether expensive or not, you will see that it is true. So this is what the comparison operators does. They help in checking a condition. That means the cost of ice bag, if it is greater than 10, this variable should we say that they usually return a Boolean operator. That means true or false. So this, when you call this, it should give you a Boolean output, either true or false. So greater than 10. Greater than 10 means from 10 above. That is 11, 12, 13, up to infinity. That is what this greater than is doing here. But equal to includes 10 inside. If I remove this equal to and I put 10 here, what do you expect to be the outcome? If I run this, you will see that the cost of ice bag is still showing false because we are saying it is only when it is greater than 10 that is considered expensive. But if you change it to 11, that is when it acknowledges that now it's expensive. You see, it's now true. It acknowledges that truly it's expensive. But if you include equal to, it means even 10 is inclusive. Sorry, that is not. If you put equal to, greater than or equal to here, any price that starts from 10 above should consider that is expensive. So if I put 10 here, you will see that it will acknowledge that it is expensive. So that is what this comparison operator is doing, greater than or equal to. It includes the limit. It starts from this 10 upward. But if you just leave greater than, it's anything above 10 that will be executed as true. I think that is explanatory enough. Let's go ahead. Type. If you check the type, you see that it's bool because it gives out true or false. So it's a Boolean variable. So Boolean are automatically converted into int when used in arithmetic operation. True is converted to 1 and false is converted to 2. Whenever you see the outcome true, you know that it's 1 and false is 0. So we have some couple of things to prove that here. If you have 5 plus false, that is false is equal to 0. That is what our explanation have just said. False is converted to 0 and true is converted to 1. So if you say 5 plus false, that is what? The outcome is 5 because 5 plus 0 is equal to 5. If you have 3 plus true, that is 3 plus what? 1, you have 4. So that is also very important for us to understand. If you check the type of this is an integer. Okay, so now if you save this is a variable and been set to bool. This is bool, a boolean function, a boolean method that is set into this variable. If you call it, it will still show you false because this is empty. This bool is empty. There is nothing in it here. And boolean, anything we say that 0, this is considered to be empty and or 0, so it will still give you false. But if I put in 1 here, if I check that, it will show me true. So it means 1 is there. To check the type, it will show me bool. To do that, still check, it will be false because it's empty now. That is 0. So let's go ahead. Any value in Python can be converted to a boolean using the bool function. Only the following values evaluate to false when they are often called fuzzy values. We have fuzzy and truthy values in Python. We have fuzzy and truthy. This is fuzzy. Those are the values that always, those are the expressions that always evaluate to 0. We call them fuzzy values. They always evaluate to a false value. So, which is false is always 0. So, with the truthy ones are always the ones that always evaluate to give out the output that is true. So, these are very handy, especially in quiz. When you are going for quiz, they would like to test your ability with these falsy and truthy values. So let's look at them. The value of false itself is a falsy value. The integer 0 is falsy. The float, this is falsy. You always evaluate to, all these ones always evaluate to 0. Let's look at that in the expression. Every S evaluate to true. A value that evaluates to true is also called a truthy value. So let's look at the falsy ones. So if you have a boolean value and you enter false inside, what you expect to see is false. The outcome is false. When the boolean is having a 0, value is false. Always evaluate to false. Whether it's a float that is entered in a bool, it becomes a false. This 0.0, it's falsy. So bool, whether it's none, it is evaluated to false. So all these ones, if you keep clicking through, you will see that they are returning false, 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 false. So you can go ahead and this is an empty string, is still a false value. This is an empty list, is still a false value. If you check this bool and there's nothing inside here, it's still a false value. All this is an empty set. This is an empty tuple. This is an empty set. This is an empty list. It's a false value. This is an empty set. Also, you can declare it set here. It's still false value. The bool that has a range that is 0 is still evaluated to a false value. So all that are called false values. So look at the truthy values. All these ones, when you run these ones, they will always give you a value. So they are called truthy values. Let me go ahead and run it. All of them are true, so they are called truthy values. Bool 0 is still a false value, as we have said earlier. So let's go ahead to none. When the none type includes a single value, none. used to indicate the absence of a value. None has the type none type. It is often used to declare a variable whose value may be assigned later. Sometimes you just declare a variable and keep it so that you assign something to it later. I'm sure we saw that even in the beginning section, uh, we saw the data types we have. You could see that there is a non data type here. This is none. This is none. So it is always there. It is used to we set the variable to none, depending when you will assign it to the appropriate value. Okay, so this is none. Nothing equal to none. So if you run it, you will still get we can go ahead and run all of them. Print nothing, nothing is to return none. The type is still non-type. So that is that. If in case you see it anywhere, you understand what is going on. And if you check the data type is none, if you print it, it's still nothing that will show. Nothing has been passed in that variable. But if you can reassign it by changing it to anyone, and if you put 2, it means an integer has been set in, so everything will change. The type will now be integer, and you output an integer. So the string, we are now on strings. I think we are making good progress. When my time is up, please notify me. Or a string is used to represent text, a string of characters. In Python, strings must be surrounded using quotations, either a single quote or double quote or triple. I think we have said that a number of times here. So this is Monday. If you run this, you have Monday displayed. It's a string. It is single commas. If we run this with double commas, still a string. But if you run this, it will not work. Why? You open with a single string and close with a double. Doesn't work that way. If you open with a single, close with a single. If you open with a double, you must remember to close with a double. So to fix this is either you change this to double or you change the end to single to match the beginning and the end. So let me go ahead and change this one to a single quote and run it. That is what Python recognizes. Okay, so and I want you to know that, in fact, I will be leaving some of these things deliberate so that you try to debug. That is where it gets interesting, when you are trying to do a thing and you are not able to achieve it easily. Because as I'm going through these things, is actually is opening your eyes to many things. But if you don't encounter challenges and resolve, you see that I'm also encountering challenges and trying to resolve it. So you are learning from that. And that is the best way of learning. When you learn, you break through challenges. And that is always a part for programmers. You take time to debug, and when you get it eventually, it sticks very much. So this variable here is declared today is equal to Sunday. This is today. You check the type. I think we have done that a number of times. You can use the quote inside a string written with double quotes and vice versa. My favorite movie. This is a variable declaring my favorite movie to be One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So if you call this variable, this is a string that has been passed into this variable. You call it, you get the outcome down here. It is double quotes that have been used to enclose the value of this variable. And here is my favorite point. Thank you for explaining the word many. to me. It means a lot. So what we are considering, you can use single quotes inside a string written with double quotes and vice versa. So this is the point where this explanation applies. Thanks for explaining the words many to me. It means a lot. Do you see this many having double quotation? Is double quotes that close it. And if you put double quotes and the main string is covered with single quotes, the beginning and the end of the string is single quotes. If you change it to double quotes, when even and there is another string inside with double quotes, it is not acceptable. You see that the many is showing that there's a problem here. It doesn't accept this. You are closing it. Consider that the string even ended here. In fact, this is not a syntax in Python. If you run it, you are possibly going to get an error message and say invalid syntax. So you have to debug it. You have to change, either you change inside with single quotes or you change outside with single quotes the way it was. So just to explain that, just needed to explain that to you. If you run it now, it's possibly going to run. Okay, so that is it. Call it here, you see the outcome with the many in double quotes and it's a string. So that is how you can do that. That is one way of doing that. To use double quotes within a string written with double quotes, escape the inner quotes by prefixing them with the backward slash character. This backward slash is used for escaping a character. When we talk of character escape, you are telling Python to ignore the next thing that it sees after this backward slash. So when you put this backward slash, the next character is ignored. It escape it. So let's see how it works. Another point is here equal to the first time I got universal remote control. I thought to myself, this change everything. So you see the backward slash here and you see the backward slash here. The backward slash here came before the up quote here, and it came here before this quote. So when Python interpreter is checking this code, when it just see this backward slash, it ignores the next character, which is a comma, which is the inverted comma up there. And when it continue and comes here and see this backward, you know that I want to escape the next thing that comes before even the decimal point. So when you do that, you can also output your string in with inverted commas included. So let's run that and see the outputs that we have. We see that this output, this actually works. This changes everything. It's still here with double quotes, and we use double quotes to pass our string into this variable. So we can use this escape character when we want to do that. If not, we are going to get an error message from Python compiler. So strings created using single or double quotes must begin and end with the same line, on the same line. To create multiple strings, use three single quotes or three double quotes to begin and end the string. Line breaks are represented using the new line character. This up here, we're talking about backward slash for escaping the next character. But when there's a backward slash and an N immediately follows, you know that Python recognizes that you want to go to the next line. You want to go to the next line. So I'm going to demonstrate that. We are going to demonstrate that here. So this is a variable with this string. It's quoted in 3 single quotes and it's covering 3 lines. It's covering 3 lines. Let's run this. We have executed it. Yet another point. Let's call it out. You see how it has shown. And you could see that in our code, in our string, while we're defining it, we didn't include this backward slash and n at the points where we broke into the next line. But when you try to output it here, you see that this backward slash n came at the points where we broke into the next line. So this is called the line break. It takes us to the next line. If you want to see it more clearly, you include the print function. This is print yet another point, which is the variable. If you include it in the print function, the output is more read, more better. This one still puts it in the same line, but the print functions outputs it the right way it ought to be. So that is how to include an output, our string output in multiple lines. You use double single quotes, or you use triple single quotes or triple double quotes. Think that is clear? I wanted to explain something. There are instances, okay, think that doesn't apply, but let me see if I can briefly talk on that. All right, maybe let's go ahead. Maybe if I come across that, or let me try to show us something. Maybe as you are writing, you just intend that you will escape. You wanted to escape the next character here. Usually this is for when you want to break into the next line. If you include this backward slash, if you include it anywhere and it follows with an N, maybe news, it may be mistaking it to, maybe it will mistake you want to change, you want to break line break, because this is backward slash and end. So if you start the next word with news or anything that start with end, it may break the line to the next, thinking that maybe you wanted what you wrote was backward slash and end. So be careful when you are doing that. We'll go ahead. If that incident occur, we can address it. So now this is that backward slash n. Okay, no son. Let's print this. This is line break. This is how to break the line. Okay, that is what I was trying to talk about even. This is that, no son. So when you do a backward slash and it follows with n, you are sure to get the line break, a line break. So that is that. It's on my screen now. This is that news. Maybe I just say maybe I just want to say no news today. I want to explain this so that I'll be careful about it. Okay, this is a backward slash, and the next thing that follows is news. Maybe you are typing and you want a backward slash to appear in your line. You say that no slash news today. So when you run it, it recognizes that no, this since there is space here, it will not. It recognizes that this backward slash and n is line break. So it breaks into a new line, and the next line is starting with EWS. I'm just giving us an instance. The word following may not be news, but as long as it starts with n, you must be careful to separate this backward slash so that it doesn't appear next to this, because Python interpreter will join this backward slash and n to be a function in Python, and it's a line break, and it breaks into the next line, and the next line will start with this e. We start from here and continue because backward slash and n is already line break. I think I've explained that now. So now let's go ahead with what we can do. Okay, so let's go ahead. Multiple strings are best displayed using the print function. When you have multiple strings, it's better to display them using these double quotes, either triple, single quotes, as we saw above, just like it is demonstrated here. So we run this, and that is executed. We call it here. We can see how when you use this normal calling, to display it anyhow, but if you use the print function, the output is much more neater and formatted in the way you really desired it to be, the way you entered it, because it's included in triple quotes. I think that is explanatory. This is where the code starts up here. These are triple quotes, and this is where it's closing down here. So this block of strings are coming in between double single quotes and double single quotes down. Okay, so use the print function to output it in this manner. Okay, so there is another function you can use on strings, which is called the len. The len is standing for length. Len stands for length. So if you want to know the length of any string, you can use the len function. So if you click on this, it will tell you the length of this variable. That is the number of characters contained in it. But you should be careful to know that you can check the length of a string using the len function. It includes spaces too, so you should note that. So this is a variable. This is what has been passed into this variable. If you want to know the number of characters in it, you use the len function. You use the length function, it shows you the 31 characters. And like I said, it counts together with spaces, and any other character that appears. Note that special characters like line break and escape characters like this count as a single character, even though they are written and sometimes printed as two characters. When you are doing the length, using the length function to determine the length, this counts as one character. So they are all included. So this is empty. Now I want someone to tell me the length of this variable. You can drop that in the comment section. Let me see who will first drop that. If you check the length of that variable, all right, I can see responses. I can see 2 responses. Okay. 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 So let me explain something. Let's run it first of all and see what is there. Because this is a variable that is here, and this is equal to something has been passed into this variable. And if you look at it, somebody said 0 in the comments. Drop the answer to be 0. Actually, there is nothing here. It's just open and close inverted comma, single quotes. So there is nothing written. So you can easily say is okay. Some people say 5. I don't know how they got there. 5 maybe is the number of characters in the name of the variable, but that is not how we determine the length of of a variable. It is the value that have been passed in. It is not the number of characters that are used to spell the word. So there are empty spaces here. And remember we said, I just explained that when you are using the length function, spaces and even characters like this are included as characters. So if you run this, you will get 4 because there are 4 empty spaces here. You check, this is 1, 2, 3, 4 empty spaces, and they are saved in this. They are passed to this variable. So if you check the length function, you see 4 there. Think we have the material and we're also following, so you can check the number of spaces. And if I increase the number of spaces, empty spaces, and maybe type a single character there, these are tactical questions that someone will likely ask you. How many characters are in this variable? So if you run it, you should be careful to check the spaces. Don't just look at the character that is there. If I say good, all the spaces are counted. You run it, that is 14, but you see, but there are just 4 characters here. So the spaces are included. And when you are collecting input from the user, I think let me chip in this. When you are collecting, we are getting to that part, but I want to say so that when we get there, we'll just poke over. When you are getting an input, there is possibility that if people will enter their input with space in front and after. So if there is another function that is used to handle that, which is called the strip function. When we get to using that, I will show us. But for now, I think we understand that spaces count as characters when you are using the len function. I think that is the point we are trying to make here. So multiple strings, we have a multiple string here. If you run this is A, and there's a line break here, and there's B on the next line. So you can see 2 characters here, A and B. But if you run this, you will see that it's 3. You see that this is A and B. Actually, the output is showing, but the len function will show that there are 3 characters. Why? It included the line break. Look at what the description said, that line breaks and escape characters are included when the len is counting on the characters in a string, in a variable. So you should be careful to, I should be very intelligent to always capture that. Don't allow it to escape your memory. Okay, so this is len multiple string, that is 3. So you can print this. If you print this, you have A and B. But if you check the len, you don't think it's just 2 characters that are in it. Okay, that is, I think we have gotten that. A string can be converted into a list of characters using list function. The list function converts a string into a list of string characters. A string can be converted into a list of characters using the list function. Okay, so here we have multiple line string. This is a list. The multiple line string is a variable that declared here. This is A and B that have been passed into it. I want to convert it into a list. So we can just, before it, write list, multiple line string. So it has been converted into a list. And if we run this, you will see that the data type will also change. Music pawn, this is out. Print it, print music pawn. This is what is shown. You see the block of code. You see this print function, you have a neat arrangement. A list of music pawn, you convert this to a list. This is a music pawn and you convert it to a list. You have a long list here because every character becomes an item in the list. So you see, this list is displayed horizontally, but because of the length of this one, because of the length, it's now taking the horizontal. But for you to know it's a list, you see it starts with a strong open brace, and if you go down, you will see that it closes with that, which is the character which is a way of defining a list. You see that even these line breaks are also included as items in the list. So that is that on that how you can convert this to a list. So strings also support several list operations, which are discussed in the next section. We look at the couple of examples here, which is one is indexing and selection. I think I spoke about this yesterday during the instructional period. I think you can remember. Let me see if I can get the picture. This is a picture I used to explain indexing and slicing. Zero to character is 4. Down here, it starts from this side, coming to this side. Start with -1, -2, or -1, -2, -3, -4. So that is how string index are assigned to variables in items in the variable. So we can access those variables using the index. And the index is just like, let's go ahead. Okay, you can access individual characters within a string using the strong braces like this. Indexing notation, called the indexing notation. It's also the same thing used for list. Note the character indices go from 0 to n minus 1. So if you have the number of, if your character has 8, if the variable here has 8 that is passed into this, you should know that the total number is 8. The length is 8 minus 1. 8 minus 1, so you have 7. So you know that the calendar indices is going to be 7. The highest one is going to be 7. Just like I just showed you here. You know, here is four characters, but in the assignment of index, it's from 0 to 3. So if you are to check the last one, this is 4 minus 1, which is 3. So because it starts from 0, it's always shorting by 1. And by this side, it starts from -1, so it doesn't short, but all of them carries negative signs. So the 0 match with -4. If you reference 0 or -4 is J that you get. If you reference 1 or -3, you get 0. If this O, not 0, please. O. If you reference 2 or -2, you get H. If you reference 3 or -1, you are going to get N. So let's go ahead and check it out here. This is the name Jennifer. Jennifer has how many characters? Think 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so if you want to access the third index in this name, what is going to be the third index? That is name index 3. You want to access this name, and then you want to access only the third index. Just like I said, if you are checking, it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3. So what is going to be the outcome? The third index is going to be N. But you see, there are 2 N's there. So which of the N are we referring to? Is it the first or the second? Who will tell me? The comment section. Okay, the second N. That person got it right. The second N. Because the second N that is on the third index is on the third index, because it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3. The second N that is on the third index. So let's go ahead to check other index. If you understood this, I'm sure you get the rest of them. Just run them and you will get, this is index 6 and you get E. It's not the first E, it's the second E in the letters Jennifer. This is 7, you get R, which is the last. Index 0 is the first, J. So now, think we understand how to reference the positive index. Let's look at the negative index now. Negative index, this is name. The same name is Jennifer. So the negative, like I said, we start from -1. If you start assigning from -1 on the name Jennifer, you start R is -1, E is -2, F is -3. So -4 is going to be what? If you run it, you will see the answer. It's going to be I. -1 is going to be what? It's going to be R. -8 is going to be what? Think you can guess that. Okay, so that is how we assess using the positive and negative index. And this is very, very, very important, because in the list sometimes you will just want to identify only one of the items and work with it. If you work with this, indexing and sliding is very handy and it's very good. You may just want to pick one of these. If there are numbers, you pick this and multiply with another thing like that. You can easily manipulate the items in the list. That is why we say a list is mutable. You can access its values, you can change them, you can pick one out of them, you can do many things with a list, with strings actually, and with list. So when we come to negative, we have run them and we have seen the results here. So this is DF, maybe data frame, don't know, but that is a variable name. The variable name is a value has been passed in here, which is Saturday. If you check this Saturday, I've executed it. So it have how many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items, just like Jennifer that we just finished. So the sixth negative index is what? If you run this, you will see it. If you run the positive index, you will discover that both the negative 6, that is counting from y into to s, you will discover that negative 6 is, this is negative 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is on t. And if you count the positive one, this is 0, 1, 2 is still on t. So you are likely going to fall on the same item in the string. So if you use negative 4 and positive 4, what is going to be the result? Negative 4 gives us r, and positive 4 will give us r. Okay, so if you count from this side, 0 to r is 5 actually, but in indexing, you start from 0, so this is now 4. We start from this side to still 4, so we still have r as the input. So before we go to slicing, okay, let's go ahead to slicing. Slicing or selection. You can access a part of a string using the 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 using this format we just did in indexing, but we include a range instead of a single index. These curly braces, you can include a range which contains these attributes. You can include 3 attributes, which the first one is always the start, the end, and then the step. You include the start, end, and the step. So when you come, let's use this name that we declared here, Jennifer. Jennifer, we want to slice. So what slicing actually is cutting part of this name. We want to be cutting them. Just like you slice bread into different portions. We want to be cutting them according to the portions we prescribed. We enter here the start value, the end value, and the step. The gap, the step means the gap you should give before slicing another one. Just like bread, when you are slicing, you slice in different sizes. There is a slice for 10 naira, a slice for 20 naira, slice for 30 naira. So the more the money, the bigger the size. That is by the way. So here too, when you are slicing, you can put the step. The step indicate the size you should give, the gap you should give before cutting again. Okay, so think that is the layman explanation. So when you have name and the first value is vacant and the next one is 4, it means you enter the start and the end. There is no step. So let's see what this shows up. This is Jen. You have seen there is no start value. It assumes that the start value is 0. So the end value is 4. You're asking it to end at index 4. So it will take 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it will stop at this. So this is what we have. We want 4. You have entered the end value to be 4. So that brought this to you. So if you start with the start value, which is 3, you enter a start value, which is 3, but you didn't specify the end. It will take to the end of the name, but we start on the third index. So it will check 0, 1, 2, it will cancel that and start on and take from that to start at that 3 and bring the remaining part of the 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 values, the items in the name variable. So if you say name and you didn't enter the start, didn't enter the end, but you enter the step. It will take from the beginning to the end. If you take from beginning to end, skipping by 3. So you discover that it will pick the first, leave out 3, pick the next 3, the next third, that is the third value. You will pick J, leave 1, 2, and pick N, leave 1, 2, and then pick E. Then 1. The R is just 1, then the name ends. So it will only bring this out to JNE. That is slicing, stepping by 3. It will leave the gap before it will cut again, before it will peak rather. So if you don't specify a step, if there is no step here, and you enter this, it means you are asking it to bring the string from beginning to end. So it will still return the whole name. That is, the first value is not specified and the last one is not specified. So it will regard that it's from beginning to the end. This is how to return the whole string. This is how you return the whole string. But if you enter a step, like it's entered here, maybe let's step it by 2. Let's step it by 2 and see the outcome. If you step it by 2, it will pick J, leave out the next, pick N, leave out. This is what you see. It's stepping by 2. So you can enter, no matter, depending on the length, you enter the step you want, and it will be slicing adequately. Think that is clear also. So let me also explain something before I go away from here. This is negative step. Like I told you, a negative will start from right to left, while the positive start from left to right with a 0 index. So when you step by this, what do you expect to have? This is R, because it's negative, it's starting from the end of the name. You pick R, and then does what? Then it leaves out 2 and pick F, leaves out E and pick the next one, leaves out I and pick I, leaves out N and pick E, leaves out J, and the name finish. So this is what you get from the result of a negative step. So the easy way of reversing these items, is item reversal, is for you to reference 1. If it's negative 1, it will return the whole string beginning to the end, because no beginning is specified, no end is specified. But this negative indicates that it will be stepping by 1. So it will return the whole characters, but in a reverse function, in a reverse format. Sometimes someone want to test your knowledge that how do you reverse the items in a string. So you can adequately explain that if you understand what I've just done. This is how to reverse the items by stepping. When you enter the negative step, start from beginning to end, but in a reverse manner. Okay, so those are basic but very good things to know. So this is the name. You can enter this. I think we have covered all of this. I've explained them. There's no point. You can just go ahead and run them to see their outcome. But I don't think I need time to explain anything again. I've covered that. This means there's no beginning. So it starts from beginning to 6 and step by 2. So all those are well explained. All these are explained. I think there's no confusion. If there's any confusion on this, you can specify that. You can drop it in the comment section to be attended to. So you can even start with a positive and end with a negative index. It still recognizes it. So we are going to membership now. You can also check whether a string contains some text using the in operators, using the in operator. If this value passed in this variable is Saturday, and you call it here, it will come out Saturday. So we want to check if day is in today. So if you run this, what will it return? It returns a Boolean value telling you no. This is false. So it means day is not contained in today. But someone will say, but this is Saturday now. There's day inside. Then it ends with day. But the day here is starting with capital. So it doesn't remember what happened yesterday, even when I was trying to run something that started with a capital letter. So you take note of that. If you change it to a lowercase d, it will acknowledge, it will change to true. So that is how you can check. You can check an input the user supply. In data analysis, you can check. There are so many things. You have data that is ranging in hundreds or even thousands. You cannot go ahead checking one by one. People supply their email. You want to check if art is included, because some people will just forge anything and write there. So you can go to that now and enter if art is included. So this is how you can check for that. That is what data analysis do when they are doing data cleaning, because if you check, it will check the useless things people put when they are trying to fulfill a form. So you see, this is true. And any field where email is supposed to carry art. So you can easily run this to check all the data. If art exists, where it doesn't exist, it will show you that those ones didn't exist. So today is equal to Saturday art. So if you see the output is this. So I want to check art. Is art in today? This variable, is it containing a character art? So that is how you can check it, and it's found it returns true. It returns true. So I'll know that the email the person supplied is accurate. Usually email is, after art we see at gmail.com. So you can equally check if Gmail is there or anything. It's just an illustration. So if you are checking emails, you can specify, you can check out for a particular character using the @. So in this case, it's day that is included. So day, if it's D lowercase, it returns a true value. I think that is that on this section. So the explanation is day equal to day? No. Capital D is not the same as lowercase d. So this is a comparison operator and it returns a false value, because this is not the same with this. They are different. Sat in today. Yes, there is sat in today. Word not in today. Yes, word is not in today. It's only sat. You remember the value that is put in today is Saturday. Look at it. Saturday that have been passed here. So if you are checking whether Wednesday is here, it will say no. So it's saying word not in today. Wednesday is not. This is the beginning of word. So Wednesday is not included. So it says true. Word not in today, true. So concatenating string. When you want to, concatenation means combining strings, joining another string with another one. So that is a whole idea about concatenation. Two or more strings can be joined or concatenated using the addition, the plus operator. So be careful while concatenating strings. Sometimes you may need to add a space character like this. If not, we join up everything between the words. So the full name, maybe you want to get the full name. For full name, you call Philip Eze. So if you run this full name, this is what you get. The next name, this is name equal to Philip, and the surname equal to Eze. So it outputs, if you want to check name, name is out here, which is Philip, and surname is Eze. So how can you join Eze and Philip? Because there are two variables containing different names. Maybe it's one person's name, so you want to get the full name, like here, Philip Eze. How do you do that? That is what is called concatenation. You concatenate the two variables. And this is how you do that. Full name, one equal to name plus surname. So this plus is here to join this variable with this variable. That is what is called concatenation. I use the addition. So now you have Philip Eze. But if you notice something in the output, Philip and Eze are joining. There is no space here. That is the code.
All right, it seems we lost you. Fred, are you there? It seems we lost him. Hello, bro Fred, are you there? Fredalin Anyipa, are you there? All right, it seems we lost him. So it seems we lost him. I'm trying to see if I can take over. If he happens to come, we may not be able to continue from that. But I think he has covered a lot today, and I believe you've learned a lot from that session. I believe you learned a lot from that session. So without wasting time, I will be taking you I'll be taking another session, which is the hands-on session for Git and GitHub, and also AI assistance and vibe coding. The session for Python programming, the hands-on session, we believe you were able to execute yourselves and you were following everything together. We will give you between now until next Friday to spend more time with it and play around it. We are going to send you an email. You received an email before now giving you the outline on how the tasks are going to appear. We are going to give you that task. We'll send you an email today. You will get a task. And the task is not actually different from what he is doing. And the same notebook that you have is the same notebook we're going to give you. So what we are going to be giving you is to take this notebook and practice it. Practice everything that is in that notebook. We have some cells that were not, we have some cells that will give you errors. And the expectation is that you will run those cells and ensure that those cells work. And also you can populate more, for some sections, populate them with more examples. You understand this, you can give your own example. We're going to give you that. You will receive all the instruction and you will do all that. And then you will create a GitHub repository. We've asked you to create a GitHub account before now. We believe you created that before joining the summer school. So you will document that on your GitHub repo. That's you create a GitHub repository and document that notebook, the notebook that you've been working with. And then we also ask you to make some commits. Commit at least 10 commits. You will see all the instructions there. The idea is that you should be able to know what is Git and GitHub. You should be able to Git commit, Git push, and perform some Git functions. And then once you Git push, you can even leverage AI assistants. We're going to be going into vibe coding. We're going to be talking about Copilot. We don't have much time at hand. I hope we're able to cover a lot. But if we are not able to do that, we'll leave everything with you. You will know everything about AI assistants, the hands-on skills and everything. You will practice everything and you will submit it next week. You will document everything and then you copy your GitHub repository and submit to the email we sent to you. We sent you that New Life Research Foundation, New Life Research consult@gmail.com. That's the one you're going to submit your GitHub repo link. And we will assess that and see everything you did. And we will also find a way of getting back to you, because the idea is that we'll review it and we'll get back to you in the course of time. And we told you that within 1 month, we should be able to get back to you, to everyone. And not only for that, but also for the other tasks that I'll be giving you next week. So that's the expectation that's the expectation for the task. That's the task one. We're going to send you an email, so don't worry about the link. Don't worry about the email. We are going to send you an email after this class, after this session, and you will get everything, the expectations, the deliverables we're expecting from you. We're going to send you everything. So don't worry about what I'm talking about. Just understand that you have to practice between now until next Friday. And the task is not complex. What we're giving you is to see how you've started disciplining yourself, because we spoke about discipline, consistency, and also being ready to learn from others. We have the Telegram platform there. You can go on Telegram, ask your questions, how you are able to use AI assistance for your good, and how you are able to leverage it to learn, and not to use the AI tools, not to push the work that you have to do to the AI tools. You can leverage the AI tools to your own benefit. You can use the AI tools in helping you to learn. So that's what we are going to be doing in the next 1 week. So it's not anything difficult. It's just the same thing. Practice, practice, practice. And add as many cells as you can. We expect that you should be able to create more examples. We are going to give you the expectation whether you should create at least 5 cells. And that is testing your usability of Jupyter Notebook. Are you able to create a new cell? Are you able to create a code cell or a markdown cell? And we will ask you to create a markdown cell as well. So this is just helping you to understand how to use the Jupyter Notebook environment. So these are just very simple tasks. They are not difficult. It's just the same thing we've been talking about in the hands-on sessions and also in the pre-lab and everything we talked about yesterday in the roadmap to data science and AI. We want to see how you are able to apply that, how you're able to apply diligence in your work, and you're able to do that as quickly as possible. But that is not going to be very overwhelming. We are still there. You can ask questions. The TAs are there. The instructors are there. We have the Telegram platform there. You have our emails. You can send us an email and we will be able to answer every single question. So without wasting time, and also when we come back after submission next week, Friday, that's going to be 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. That's on EST, New York time. And why we are doing that is that we are registered in Nigeria, in West Africa. That's why you will see that our timeline is West Africa and also EST, that's the Eastern Daylight Time. That's the New York time because we are registered in the United States. So because in Africa we have the 11:59 comes before the 11:59 in EST, your deadline is going to fall under the EST. That's under the New York time zone. That's because we are also registered here, and we feel that that's the best time. That's the best time to give you to make all your submissions. So if you have any questions about the task, drop in the comment box, and we will answer you. We take the last attendance for this session around 4:50. That's 10 minutes before the close of this session. So I'll be going through that session now. I don't have any slides. I'm just going to be sharing my screen, and I'll be asking you to go over some things, to do them with me. We may not have all the time, but you can watch this session. The recordings will be posted on our YouTube channel this weekend. You will get them this weekend, today, tomorrow. You should be able to have access to all the recordings of yesterday and today. So I will give room to our instructor, who we lost him, but he's back. Peter, your hand is up.
Just to notify that I'm back online now. I'm sorry for that.
All right, no problem. It's good. So what we are going to do is, you see, he covered to some extent, and the expectation is that in your task, you can do as much as possible to that extent. If the other tasks are difficult, don't worry. We're going to come back again next Friday. We understand that if you can populate your Jupyter notebook with the task, all the things he has covered, that's good. That's okay. If you're not able to understand the remaining parts, when we come back next Friday, we'll give him more time on the hands-on, and he can play around that before we move into NLP, because the NLP is just intro to NLP, large language models, and Gen AI. So that is just intro, so we don't expect that to take a lot of time. So we'll give him more time to take all the remaining parts in that notebook, because we want you to build that foundation. Python is fundamental to anything about machine learning and AI, so we want you to have all those hands-on skills to be able to manipulate data when we move into almost supervised and supervised learning with deep learning next week, Saturday. So that's what we're going to be doing. If you have a question, put in the comment box. If you followed, put a plus. If this was not clear, put a minus before we move on. All right, it seems we follow. It seems we all follow. So I will be sharing my screen. And before now, if you have, we asked you, we send you emails to create a GitHub account. Before coming to this summer school, if you created a GitHub account, put a plus. If you don't have one, if you didn't create a GitHub account, put a minus. I created a GitHub account, put a plus. I didn't create any GitHub account, put a minus. A lot of plus. Wow, that's really cool. Now we want you to have that GitHub account handy. Now go to your browser, go to your GitHub accounts. It seems all the people who indicated in the comment box, only very few are not having the GitHub account. If you don't have a GitHub account, I'll begin to share my screen at this point and ask you to go to the GitHub website. It's very easy, and create a GitHub account. Go to your browser and type GitHub sign up. GitHub sign up. You will see the first link here, and I'm going to copy this link and send to you in the comment box. So the link is now going to be in the comment box. The expectation is that you will sign up. For the few of you, I saw just a handful of you who are not having a GitHub account. Now go and sign up. It takes less than 2 minutes to sign up on GitHub. Sign up on GitHub account. Click on this link. Because I already have a GitHub account, I'm not able to do that. I can sign out, can sign out, or maybe try to add an account. Let me try to add an account. Yeah, so this is where it's going to take you. And it's going to ask you to sign up. If you have an account, sign in. If you don't have an account, sign up. So I will ask you, don't insert anything here because you don't have an account. If you input anything here, it's not going to work, except those that are already having GitHub accounts. So if you have a GitHub account, go ahead and sign in. If you don't have, you can sign up or sign in with your Google account, or you can sign in with Apple. So, or with any other thing. Some of you are having something like some other platforms that you can sign in. I don't know, Facebook or whatever. But I think Gmail account is the best way to sign in. Sign in with your Google. It's very easy. Once you sign in, it's less than 2 minutes. If you are not having a GitHub account and you are able to sign in just now, to sign up just now, put a plus. If you're not able to sign up, put a minus. I signed up just now. Put a plus. I'm still struggling to sign up. Put a minus. Plus, okay. Seems to follow. I'm still waiting for your responses. If you already signed up for an account and you're already into your GitHub account, also put a plus. If you've not gotten into your GitHub account, put a minus. All right? A lot of people, only very few are yet. It's very easy. It's very straightforward. If you've not signed into your Gmail account, it means you can't sign in with your Google account. So you must be into your GitHub, you must be into your Google account, that's your Gmail. You have to sign into your Gmail account before you can sign up with your Google account. And I think we say that in the morning. So always sign in with, sign into your GitHub account, always sign into your Google account, that's your Gmail account, before you can sign up for anything with your Gmail or Google account. All right, it seems majority of us have done that. If you've not signed up, keep asking those questions in the comment box, and our instructors and TAs, we answer you. If you are struggling, tell us where you are struggling. We have the TAs and instructors here, and also our leaders here, and also people, even our participants who are very good in GitHub, they will be able to guide you. So we treated Git and GitHub in the morning. I want to just pick a few commands and run. I'm not going to do a lot. I'll just pick a handful of them, and then I will try them up and see where we will go from there. So having said that, I will also be handling AI assistance and vibe coding. You already know what vibe coding is. If you failed some of the questions in the morning session, you already have the answers. The answers were sent to your email account. Check your email if you've not gotten the answers. Check the comment box. We also send them here. Or check our platforms, check our social media accounts, both on Telegram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. Check everywhere. You will see the answers for the morning session. The expectation is that those questions you failed, you should never fail them again in this life. One of the questions that a lot of you failed was on tuples, because when we ask you about whether tuples are immutable, a lot of you failed. Some were saying tuples are mutable, which are not mutable. Mutable means you can change it, and you should never fail that question in your life. I remember when I was starting into Python, that was a question I also failed, because I didn't understand the difference between mutable and immutable. Now I understood it. I know that tuples are immutable. You can't change it. So That's what you should know. I think only about 50%, 50 something percent got that question, the least. Majority of you got the other questions, but for tuples, a lot of you failed. The essence of sending the answers on the public platforms is that you should also be able to, and also the stats, we send the stats of who failed, like the number of people who failed those number of questions, and how many percentage of people got those questions. Majority of you got the questions, and you can see that a majority of you got the questions, only a handful of you failed. And if you failed a particular question, now you know the answer. And you should never fail that question in your life. So, having gone through all those questions that you failed, you know some of the commands, you know what and what to do, you know some of the Python libraries, you know some of the Python commands, you know some of the Python data types, you know everything. So, having said that, I will be sharing, I think I'm already sharing my screen, I believe that. So I'll go back to my GitHub account. I've already signed up. I believe you've signed up. So I've already signed into my GitHub. So I'm going to be using my own account. And for some of you who are university students with institutional accounts, you can actually have Copilot benefits. So what do we mean by Copilot? Copilot is a tool that is provided by all these big tech companies, be it ChatGPT, be it this platform, or be it Cloud, be it any of these platforms. They provided all these tools for you to leverage them for your use. So if you're a student, after today, ask questions. We ask you to also, you can leverage this for your educational account. But don't worry, if you are a staff of a university and you have an institutional account, you can go here. You can see I came to the top of my page, and here you will find settings. Go to settings, and later on, not now, don't do it now, you can be able to apply for educational benefits. And so you have free resources for Copilot, to use Copilot for free. So you can go to billing. You can say billing and licensing. Fly out here, and you see education benefits. Fly out on billing and licensing. You see education benefits. If you are a staff of an institution, you will be able to gain benefits. But these benefits are for Copilot, for you to be able to use these AI tools for coding and for a lot of other things. Sometimes I even prepare my PPTX with this for free. I just decide to use Cloud on this, and I ask Cloud to generate those slides for me for free. So you can see I already have a GitHub a student benefit. When you apply for the first time, it will be rejected. Most times, keep trying for maybe at most 2 to 3 times will be rejected. You can see this application was rejected. Why was it rejected? Because I wasn't having a 2-factor authentication on my GitHub account. So you will now go back to 2-factor authentication. You will see 2-factor authentication somewhere. I believe it's somewhere on settings or passwords. Yes, here. And once I finished authentication, I was able to get approval. You can see I have approval came till this 2028. So you see it's expiring till 2028. I have these benefits. And for you as well, you can indicate if you're a staff of a university or even a professor, that will even take you for a long time. And you can use the resources for free. If you're a staff of a university, you can apply for this for free. If you're a student without an institutional email account, you will not be able to benefit from this, even though you're a student. You must have an institutional account. You apply for this. If I wasn't having this, I can click here on start an application. But you can see I can't start a new application because I've already been approved. And it expires in over a year. That's since That's to 2028. So how do I apply for this? You just click on that educational benefit, and then you come to start an application. It's going to ask you to select your university. It's going to ask you to select the year you're going to graduate, or the year, how long you're going to stay in that school. It's going to ask you about that. It's also going to ask you about your ID, your student ID or your staff ID. And once you supply that, you will be able to get this benefit for free. Let me go back here and show you about the password authentication. Why was I rejected? I was rejected because I needed to supply an authentication of another method of a two-factor authentication. Some of you use two-factor authentication. You know what that means. Two-factor authentication is a double security, it's a security way of securing your account. So that some of you have Facebook accounts and you have two-factor authentication, so that a third party won't gain access to your GitHub account easily. So this is just securing your account from hackers. Someone can hack into your account because they know you're working on a project where some of your projects are private, because we have, in the course of the GitHub, I remember in the morning, you were told that you can have a GitHub repository that is public, and one that is private. If you follow, put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus. Let me know whether you follow. I follow so far, put a plus. I don't follow, put a minus. Well, I'm still going to explain more. And for some of you who wants to stay a little bit more, we can extend this session to, because we have a task at hand, we can extend this session to a few more minutes after 5 p.m. We know we are going to go a little bit beyond that, but I think this is going to be very helpful to help you with this vibe coding and GitHub and leveraging all these AI tools. So I will go back to where I was, and here you see I use Google Microsoft Authenticator app. You can download Microsoft Authenticator. Go to your app store, download Microsoft Authenticator app, and you can be able to have this. You can scan the QR code. You can generate something. It's a different thing. Ask questions on our Telegram group, and we will be able to guide you on how to set that up. Or ask ChatGPT. Now we have ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT, how can I set up two-factor authentication using Microsoft Authentication app? And it's going to guide you every step in a way. The essence of this summer school is to help you to do things faster. So leveraging AI tools to your advantage is what we encourage you. Don't ask us some questions. Some questions are too basic. We know you will answer you. We will still go ahead and answer you. But we want you to learn how to use these AI tools. Why we incorporated AI assistants and vibe coding is to help you do things faster and be very much independent. Don't even depend on Google search. Google search even has AI incorporated into it. It can even answer you faster. But you have a lot of AI tools at your disposal, and you can leverage them to answer a lot of questions that ordinarily you won't be able to do them without an instructor or a teaching assistant. But now you can be able to do them. So you see, I have this. I decided not to go for text or SMS. They say it's even less secure. I decided not to add this, but you can see I have this Microsoft Authenticator app where I can be able to, when I'm signing in, they send me a code, and I pick that code and enter into my GitHub, and I'm able to sign in successfully. That is a double layer of security on my GitHub account. And they want you to be able to do that because you are going into, they are giving you benefits. They're giving you benefits of Copilot for free. And that is through your institutional account. So they want you to have that double layer of security. And even without having that, we still encourage you to have, if you're not a student, or if you're a student without an institutional account, still go ahead and do this two-factor authentication to secure your account. And do that across your social media accounts. I have two-factor authentication on all my social media accounts. And even some platforms I belong to, I have two-factor authentication on all of them. It's a double layer security. And in the morning, our instructor spoke a lot about security, and this is how you can also secure your GitHub account. And you have GitHub Mobile. I also have this GitHub mobile app. So GitHub has an app. It's not only on the web. You can access GitHub on the app. Go to your App Store or Play Store. Go to your App Store or Play Store and type GitHub Mobile. You'll be able to find this and download this to your phone and sign in. And once you sign into this GitHub on your phone, you can be able to, anytime you are signing into GitHub, they will send a message to your mobile phone, and you can be able to approve it, or to your laptop. You can download the app to your laptop, and you can be able to go there and click on approve, or yes, I'm the one signing in. So this is another layer of security. I have it on my phone. I can be able to approve it. Another one is recovery codes. You can do recovery codes. I have this as well. I have my recovery codes sent to me, and anytime I can be able to recover my account with my recovery codes. So I have like 3 layers of security. So, and this makes things much easier for me. Sometimes I'm not able to, maybe I'm away from my phone. I can be able to get it from my recovery codes. So these are the layers of security I have. Once you have the security, you should be able to get your educational account. Now there is another level of security. They also want you to verify your institutional account. Before you apply for the educational account, if you are a student with an institutional account, or your university staff with institutional account, type a plus in the comment box. If you are not a student, or you're a student without an institutional account, type a minus. Let's see who this benefits. Or you work with a non-profit. You work with a non-profit. That's okay. The non-profit, there are benefits for non-profits. You can also benefit from Copilot for this TechSoup. So if you work with a non-profit like NELIREF Research Foundation, we have TechSoup. And TechSoup, all the AI, all the big companies, be it IBM, Apple, and all these companies, they came together to provide all this Copilot and all the tools for free. And we applied for that a couple of years ago, and we got it. And we have those resources we use. Even on this, our NELIREF Research Foundation's account, we have that TechSoup. And there's another layer of applying for it as a non-profit. And your non-profit can be able to secure that for you. So for those of you who are university students, or you are university staff, that's a big news for you. You have free benefit of this. If you are not a staff, you can still use a free version of Copilot. And you can be able to code, you can be able to play around it for free. But it has a limit. Once it passes that limit, except you pay before you can use, or you wait for some hours, or you wait for a day or so, and then you can be able to use it again. It's just like the way you use ChatGPT, and they tell you you've exhausted your usage, and you have to come back and use it in 3 hours time, or tomorrow, or you've exhausted for this week or something like that. It's still the same thing. The same thing applies to Copilot, because Copilot is just all these AI tools put together, all these AI assistants. They've just put everything together to enable you choose or use it. It autos. It can auto and use any of them for coding and for doing things for you. So I'll go back to these slides and I will show you the organizations. I think it's not organizations. It has to be another layer that you have to approve before you have to work on. I think it's on our accounts. Let me see, not accounts. I think I've forgotten, but I can find that quickly, because I know you have to, because they want to know whether so they want to verify your institutional account. If you've used this, you can let me know. I think it's under this. No. Let's just keep checking. If you're okay, I think it's under profile. Public profile. No, it's not here. If you've used this before, you can let me know. Let's keep checking. I think it's going to be somewhere. Accessibility. No. Emails. Yes, it's going to be on emails. So you can see, go to your emails. I believe you clicked on settings, go to access, and under access you will see emails. And so because you are a student, they want you to verify. You see, this is me. This is my personal Gmail account, and this is my primary email account. For the fact that you're a student with an institutional account, or you're a staff, you're a university staff with an institutional account, doesn't mean you have to make that your institutional account as your primary email, as your primary GitHub account. No, your Gmail account is still your primary account, so you don't need to change this. This has to be your primary account. And while signing up, we believe you verified it, because without verifying it, you won't be able to sign in, I believe. So if you didn't verify it, or you're having issues, go to your email and verify your account. You can see mine is verified and it's my primary account. You don't need to change anything here. You see, I was a student in Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, FISTech. So you see, this is the account I created back then. I added it here, but then I think there was no Copilot, because when I was doing my master's there, but by 2019, there was no Copilot, and there was no ChatGPT, there were no AI tools. So I remember adding it here because I knew I can be able to verify this. So I was trying things out, and I have this here. That's why it's unverified. But I still have access to this. I can still verify this, but I can't use it because I've graduated from my school. So I can't use this. When I was at Georgia Tech, I also used my Georgia Tech account, and this was verified because when I was at Georgia Tech, I used this educational account, and I was able to use this Copilot. So you can see this was verified when I was at Georgia Tech, and this was my institutional account, and this was verified. Now that I'm here at the University of Florida, I still have my email, and this is the current one that I got the education benefits, and I got that this year. I showed you. I wasn't using Copilot. I was using AI assistants. I was using all that, but I just decided to start using Copilot on GitHub for free. I was actually using it, but I was just using it through another route, which I wouldn't want to go into it now, because that would take a lot of our time. But there is a way I was using it on our servers. That you go to my school server, you can see this. I can go to this HyperGator desktop, and I can be able to click here and get all that and connect it with GitHub still, but I was still able to use those AI tools. So that's on another side, which I wouldn't want to go into this. But from here, you can see that this is verified. So you must verify your account. If it's not verified, click on verify. That's if you're a university student or you're a staff, click on verify. And they will send you a link to your institutional account, and then verified, and refresh this page. Once you refresh this page, it will show that your institutional account is verified. These are the steps you need to take. Or if it's not here, your institutional account is not even here, you can add it here. This is where you can add it. You see, these are my email accounts, but New Life, because I use this a lot, that's why it's appearing here. But you see, you can put this here. You can have multiple GitHubs. You can have multiple GitHub emails here. You can see I have multiple. You can add it. You can put that email here and click on add. After clicking on add, you can now, let me try something here. I can still remove it, I think. Okay, I already used that. Okay, I have another Gmail account. Let me try this. I just switched it around just to show you how to use it. All right, you see, it's asking me use GitHub mobile to authenticate, confirm access. So you see, because I have authentication, this is a double layer of security. I'll now click on use app. It's now giving me 59. I know you don't have access to it, but yes. So I have my GitHub. I have GitHub mobile on my account. Oh, it's not signed in. I didn't sign into it. I think I signed out. I need to sign in. Okay. Use Authenticator app. You see, That's why I've now discovered that you can see on my phone. I signed out without, I forgot to, maybe I updated my phone and it logged me out, and I didn't do that. But you can see I have multiple ways of signing in, of verifying this. I can go to my Authenticator app. I have Authenticator app on my phone. I go to Authenticator app, and then I click on GitHub, and I pick the code and verify, and I'm able to verify that. You can see this is the one I just added. And for you have this as well. How do you verify this? You can click here. Oh, okay, it has sent an email to me. Once I click on that ad, they send an email to me to verify. Once I verify this unverified is not going to be there. I can go to my email. I'm going to my email now. I've clicked on verify. Let me show you, because I have my email here, and it's my default email account. You see this is the email that was sent to me. Okay, this is okay, this is not. I think this is a different email. But I have access to it. I can copy the link and I can copy the link and paste on my browser. I have that on my phone. I don't think I signed up here. This is what was sent to me. Okay, well, that was already successful, so I don't even need to do that. But if I refresh this, it's going to show me that this is verified. You can see this. If you are a university student or a staff and you are able to verify your account and you are able to do everything, type a plus. If you are not able to do everything, type a minus. If you successfully did everything, put a plus. If you don't have access, if you're not a student, don't worry about that. All right, if you're not able to do it, if you don't, then what is your issue? What is the problem you have? Type it in the comment box. Our instructors and TAs will guide you on how to go about that. So like I said, we're going to take a little bit more time and go through this. So, but feel free to exit the meeting if this doesn't fit in your calendar. You will still get the recordings and watch and still be able to do your task. But we are going to take a little bit more time, probably up to 30 minutes from here. So we may finish around 5:30 West African time, so that we have access to the AI tools and everything that you can be able to use for your own task. Okay, it seems majority of you were able to do that. You were able to get that verified, and you were also able to add your authentication. Once you finish with that authentication, go back to billing and licensing, and click on education benefits. And then go here and click on start application. But with that, you have to have your student ID, or you have to have your course registration, or maybe your promotion. If you've just been promoted to a professor recently, use that promotion letter. Use whatever proof. They will ask you about a lot of proofs that you have to upload. And once you upload that, it takes them literally minutes, not even up to an hour, for them to approve or reject it. And if you fight, because you may experience rejections. We had people who experienced rejections up to 3 times, because we trained some of our people, and we experienced that some of them had up to even 3 rejections or even more. Don't give up. Whatever they tell you, follow the instruction. Maybe you missed something. Keep trying even up to 5 times. If you try today, it doesn't work, leave it for some hours and try again. Follow the instruction. Get everything done. If you are not able to resolve that, send those questions on our Telegram. And if you go to our emails, we send a blast for all of you who are participating in this summer school. About 372 of you who registered. We usually blast it, and we send you links to our social media platforms. And I would like to double check that and ensure that you have access to all of them. So this is access to our social media platforms, and we want you to be there. So if you're not there, go to the links we are sharing here and join our social media platforms. Join our social media platforms and ask questions from there. Ask questions there, and we will be able to we will answer all your questions. This is where you can join our social media platforms, especially Telegram. Telegram is very interactive. We answer all your questions there. Join our Telegram and we'll be able to answer you. So, having said that, I'll go back to my co-pilots. I'm done with this. So now, go back to your GitHub account and go to repositories. I'm going to be using my personal account, but I can sign in to multiple accounts here. You see, I have New Life Research Foundation's account here. I have my account. This is for my own company, which I have this. So I can use any of this, but I decided to use my personal account. So with this, you can be able to create a repository. Click on repositories. You can see I have multiple repositories. Some repositories are private because I'm still working on those projects. You can see this work is not yet published, but I have this is a private repo. It's not public. And I remember Roland was teaching you that you can have a private repository or public. You can see some of them are private, some are public. This one is also, or you can see this is also, I don't know whether it's public. This is public, but we were trying out something, and this is public. But you can see, and we created this project. I was teaching our team how to use AI tools to do projects in a faster way. And I will show you, I will leverage this to also show you something about Copilot. But you see, I have another project here is private. I have another one here is private. I have another one here is public. And all of the past projects, you can see okay, this is still private, but most of my past projects are public because I completed them. And for some are private. Some I put them private, but some are public. So, and if you just Google my account, you will see my public repositories only. You won't be able to see my private repositories. So I want you, how do you create a repository? You learn about repos. Repositories are where you save your Python notebooks, your data, and also your commits. We learned about Git and GitHub. That GitHub is a hub for Git. It's a hub for Git. So it's where you store all this, your notebooks, all your your coding notebooks are there, and you can be able to work even locally on your computer, but still push the changes to the documentation that you have on GitHub. So I can create a new repository here. Click on Create, on New. Once you click on New, you will see repository name. And here I'm going to name it Python. You can type it in as Python Basics. Even if you space it, it's going to close the spacing. So if you want, you can space it. If you don't want, type a hyphen and put maybe Python Basics. Even if I don't type it, let me not type a hyphen there. Let me leave the space, but I will show you how this space will close. And then type the name of your project. You can type Python Basics, and then choose whether you want this project to be public or private. For me, it's not a big deal. It's Python Basics, and it's not a big deal. It's not a project I'm working on, so I'll keep it public. But if it's a project in your lab or something you've not published, you can put it on private so that no one is able to access that repository. So you go back to that. I'm leaving it on public, and then you add a README, and you learn what a README is. If you don't know, if you failed it, you know from the questions we asked you. And the README is where you describe the project. You describe that project or the whole of that repository, what is going on in this repository. You add it. It now is turned off, but you turn it on. so that a README file will be added there for you to describe what this project is talking about. So when people look at your repository, they can check what is going on there. And then add git ignore. What is git ignore? As you work with projects, you come across large files, and GitHub gives a max of I've forgotten the maximum MB, probably is 500 megabytes. And if you want to upload maybe some data sets that are above 5, I don't know whether it's 5, I've forgotten whether it's 500 or it's 50 megabytes, then you can add git ignore, or you can do it later. You can leave this. I usually leave it because you can still ask even AI tools to do this for you. You can do it later. So I just ignore this, add license, because I'm not working with any project that requires all these licenses, MIT license or any of this, because this is just a Python basic project. It's not even a tool. It's not a tool that I've developed. There's not an MIT license. It's just a basic project. So I'm going to leave this out, and I'm going to just leave everything out. And the only things I touched is I named it, put it on public, and then README. All these other ones can be taken care of at a later time. Jumpstart your project with Copilot pilot. That's optional. You can try that. This is a recent development. This just came up this, I believe, this year. So things keep changing, and this is the icon. This is Copilot's icon. This very well. So when you see this icon, know that it's Copilot's icon. That is the icon. That's the icon holding all these AI tools, be it ChatGPT, be it Cloud, or other platforms, other ones that you have there. So I will ignore this because I don't want to go through this. It's a different thing I want to teach you. But if you want to try your hands on, you can try it. And then I will create repository. Click on create repository. Now you see I've created a repository. This is your first repository. And you see it's showing me here public. This is the one I created. You see that space was, there was a spacing here, but you see it added a hyphen. So even if you don't have it, it has a way of saving it. And if you click and copy this link, you see this is my own username, and this is the repository name. If you share this link with anybody, or in your publication, anybody can have access to this repository. And even onto your CV, if you work on projects or even on this, and you want to copy this link to your CV, you can copy. This is a link you copy to your CV that I've done this project, and this is a link to my CV, to my project. And you can, now this is the README. You can see the only file here is my README. And with this README, I can talk about this. And here you have these cells, and this is a README. So you have these hash signs. The more of it you add, the less this becomes. So if you have like 3 of this, it means the font size of this Python basics is going to be smaller. For me, I want to edit this because this was the name I used. I used this as the repository's name. So now I want to describe this project, so I will do it proper. I will have it as a capital P there, and I'll remove that spacing, and I'll put basic Python basics. And then I reduced the font size. This, if it was only 1, it means this was going to be very big. But now that I added 2 more hash, it means this is going to be smaller. My font size is going to be smaller. Then now I can describe this repository contains notebook, contains a notebook for Python. You can do this as well for Python beginners. I'll put a full stop. And you can type as much as possible. You can type more. You have more things to type. Feel free to go ahead and type. And once you type it, we taught you commit. So you can now commit the changes. If you go back here, if you just decide to go back, these changes are not saved. They are not saved in the Git software. So you have to commit your changes. Or if you want to cancel, you can cancel. But just going back from here, just going back to check whether the changes are there, you won't see anything. It's going to be your old just Python basis that will be there. But I want to commit the changes. I will click on commit. And now you see, because Copilot is already here. Copilot is an AI agent. So it's an AI agent. So it's already suggested. You see, I didn't type anything. I just came to this place, and the Copilot, because it's integrated in this Git, this Git, is able to suggest the change I made. It says update readme with repository information. So you see, it knew what I just added there. If you want to expand it, feel free to do that. And then you go down here, commit directly to the main branch. Yes, we taught you about the main and the branch. Here I'm just the one working, so I don't need a branch. I don't need to create a new branch. So I'll just commit to the main branch. So that's why it's on this main. So this should be becoming clearer to you. And then I'll click on commit. All the teaching that we did in the morning, this is live. Now I've committed the changes, but probably because let me delete all this. I think because I didn't add anything, and so I can git commit. And you see, remove extra blank lines. You see, it just suggested it. Instead of typing it by myself, it just suggested. And so it's faster. You see, I deleted those lines because those lines were there. The text was still there, but it was actually down. You see, this text appeared. This is my title. And this is the content. And you can type as long as possible. And now, if I go back to this repository, if you click on this, you will see that the description of your project is here. And then if you come here to describe this project, I may just copy this. Sometimes I just copy this short. I'm not copying everything. If I have a long something here, I will just copy maybe the first line that describes the project, because someone visiting your repo should be able to know what this project is all about. There's no description, website, or topics provided. I can click here and add. So click on this setting. Let me see if everybody follows. All right. If you have any questions, drop them. If you follow, put a plus. If you've been able to create a repository, put a plus. If you are not able to create, put a minus. I created a repo and I'm trying to follow, put a plus. I didn't create a repo, put a minus. Wow, you're all excellent students. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Almost everyone. Don't be shy to put a minus, because we have TAs and instructors that will guide you. Our hope is everyone understands everything here. All right, so it seems it's excellent. So I will go back to my GitHub repository. Now click on this, and then you can add your description. You see, I copied this. You can go back. I didn't do anything. Or you can copy this because this is very short. But if it's something very lengthy, don't copy. Just a little description about your project. So someone visiting your repo should just know what this is all about. So you can click here and just add. If there is a website, maybe I will add W3 Schools. Maybe w3schools.com. It's a very popular website for learning Python. I will just add that separate with spaces. I don't need that. I will leave it. I include in the home page. Yes. Releases. Deployments. Yes. Packages. Yes. I want these descriptions to appear in the deployment, in the releases, and also in packages. So I will save it, save changes. Save changes, you see, I have to enter a URL. This is telling me this is wrong. So let me type www.w3schools.com. Now it's still telling me it's a wrong URL. So I'm going to copy this because I don't have the HTTP does something. I will copy it and paste it in my browser and enter it. Now you see W3 Schools appeared, and I will go to Python. You know, there is Python here where you can learn Python for free. I'm just trying to just to add a link there. It's not compulsory, but I just want to add it. You see Python. This is your job, and you can learn Python from here. All this that we're teaching you is here. You can see everything. See? Even project, see a lot of things. Polymorphism, see a lot of things here. I will now click on this, and now I have the HTTPS, which is now going to accept it. I'll now copy this link because this is specific to Python. I'll now, just a minute, let me connect my laptop. How did I forget to do that? So now I copy this link, and I'm going to go back here. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to put this link here, and then I'm going to save it. You see, it has saved. And now anyone can click on this link. Maybe sometimes you have this and you have like something like Zenodo. Some of you have used Zenodo because Zenodo, you know, GitHub has something like GitHub is very limited in terms of saving your data here. So it gives you just a small space, maybe 50 or I believe it's something. It's not more than 400 or 500 MB. I believe it's around that. If you know, you can put it in the comment box, or if you use your AI tool, maybe instructors will give you some points. You can put if you know the maximum space it allows, put it in the comment box. The instructors will give you an additional point. So with that, people have gone to use Zenodo. Zenodo was created for you to store large files. So probably you are working on a project, and you realize that you can lead the person visiting this website to where your data is stored. You can put a link here. This is very important. So in Zenodo, I've saved some of my data in Zenodo. Some of you have worked in Zenodo. We have a Zenodo account in NELIREF Research Foundation. You see this? We have a Zenodo account. I can sign in with our NELIREF Research Foundation Zenodo, and we have some abstracts that people presented, and we uploaded them here. And you see, these are the abstracts that people presented that we have here, and we uploaded those data as well. So this was last year, and this also was last year. This were presented last year. You see, and we can be able to upload our data. So we upload their data here as well. We have, you know, if it's publicly available data that is sent to us, we did that. So with that, you can copy that link where your data is to this place. So if you follow, put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus. Let me know whether you follow or you don't. We're almost getting there. Okay, forget about the Zenodo. I think it's something that people are now understanding. Zenodo is a topic of its own, but I just mentioned it, that it's a place where you can save large files like your data. So I'm not going to talk about that much. I believe you understand the GitHub. So I'm going to 100 MB. Okay, someone got 100 MB. That's the max for GitHub. Our instructors can double check that. I've forgotten. I can't remember because I don't store any data there. I just store something very limited. So I don't really care about that. So the attendance list, oh, we skipped that, we forgot. Our instructors, can you do that? So we have some members who exited, and we wish we remembered to share that attendance link, so we don't keep anyone beyond the time. Thank you for reminding us. It skipped our mind. It skipped. We can check that. Instructors, you can do that as well. So that's the attendance link. The attendance link is there in the comment box. You can be able to complete it. So I'll go back to GitHub. I'll go back to GitHub. And okay, where am I? So I'll go back here. Now we are teaching you how to use AI tools, how to use AI assistants and everything. You can actually use Copilot. You see, you can actually use your cloud. This is my cloud, and you can see the projects I've worked on, different projects. This is how I create them and I use. So you see I have different projects. Biotech startup pitch deck structure. You see, Roland was mentioning a lot of things that you can leverage this to learn. And because we're working on something, and I had to check this here, team contribution to chronic kidney disease prediction project. So we did all this, identifying transformer architecture in research papers, merging updated results into original draft document, fine-tuning phase 2 notebook issue, writing project 3 report with template and sample, Ultima generation with protein language modeling embeddings. Well, these are the projects I work on. DNA protein pairs for RNA / DNA language model. Unit after project presentation update. You can prepare your slides from this if you have some things that are not technical, like some things that are not private, like privacy. I think Roland handled that. So you can use these updating slides to brand color and 2026 details. So you see, we prepare our slides. You may look at my slides. I can show you that as well. You can see that the slides I shared with you yesterday, you may be imagining, how did he change the slides? But these were the slides he used yesterday. These were the slides I used, right? But these slides were not in the format I sent to you. These were in this format. And then I decided to update them with our own color coding, because in New Life Research Foundation, we have our color brand, and which is deep blue. So I decided to ask Claude to add this to make this to our color brand. And you see what it created. It made this presentation for me. You can see how it made. You can see the difference between this and this. Oh, okay, I think I closed that. So you can leverage this for your presentations as well. It makes beautiful presentations. You can see the difference between, look at my outline, look at this outline I presented yesterday, and look at the outline it made. And I purposely did this to show you how you can leverage this for presentations. See the outline. Where's the outline? This is the outline. You can see the outline is beautiful. It's better than what I did on my own. It's way better than this. This is ugly. Well, before now, this was good. But with cloud and with all the AI tools that you have, you can enhance that. And this was an enhancement. And to me, this is more beautiful. And this brought our color brand. Deep blue, you can see all this. And it made it deep blue and white. Because our color brand, if you check our logo, our New Life Research Foundation's logo, it has deep blue and black and white. And that's what you can see throughout the slides. This blue and white. And so it was able to do this. So you can, I was vibe coding. I was just leveraging this to enhance my slides. And you can see how it structured this slide. Look at what I prepared. You can compare what I prepared. This was what I prepared on that slide. You can see what it is here. And you can see the difference. See how it's beautiful. The difference is clear. See about artificial intelligence and compare it with what I had under artificial intelligence. And going down, you can see, you can compare them. Also, looking at the soft skills, which is very important. Look at the soft skills. What I prepared as an old school, a millennial, I just prepared it this way. But then I asked it to enhance it. And it enhanced, look at how it enhanced it. Beautiful. So you can leverage this for your presentations, be it your doctoral presentations or the presentations in your school. You can leverage Claude. You can be able to do that. It can do that for you. And it did that as well. It did that for us. If you have questions, drop in the comment box. If you don't have, you just follow from here. So you can create different different names here. You can delete them. You can rename your projects. You can create different projects here. I've created different projects. For the sake of this, I can create something. This is how I start my projects. I hope I didn't sign in. Okay. And you can have, okay, this is for my company, and this is BioPrecision AI. And I have this for the BioPrecision AI, but I have my own personal accounts. And my personal account is, okay, is here. I can sign out. How do I, okay, sign out and sign in. I want to sign into my personal account, which I have subscription. It's $20 every month. I do cloud subscription. Roland mentioned earlier that you use it for coding and for a lot of things. So I can sign in with my Google account very fast. And with my Google account, I've been able to sign into my cloud. If you don't have cloud, sign up on cloud. Hello, Joseph. You see? So it knows my name. And then if I click on this, you see on my personal account, I have different projects, even a longer list. So you see, this was a prompt Roland asked us to do. Good natured, like just ask Cloud to, or any AI to roast you. And I did that in the morning, 6 hours ago. And then this is the presentation I prepared that I just told you about. I have a lot of work I've been doing, and I leverage this for coding, and I ask it to do things for me. And I'm going to create a new project here. And using Cloud, I will ask you to create a new project. While creating a new project, it's going to ask you to select this model that you want to use. I'm going to go back to GitHub, but I want to show you this before I go back to GitHub. So in using Cloud or ChatGPT, they ask you to select one of the models. You know, this Fable 5 has been shut down, but I have Opus 4.8. All the Macs and all of us who are working on high-level things, we need this 4.8. And I only use this 4.8 when I'm working on high-level things. Otherwise, I select this to save my points so that I can use it, or I can use it for a longer time. So it doesn't shut me down while I'm still working on things. So you see, I can select this one because this one is the lowest. And I want, because I'm working on Python basics, this Sonnet 4.6, I can put it on low, or even this Heiku 4.5. Or you can go to other models. You see, Opus 3, Opus 4.6, Opus 4.7. I have all this. I can select this Heiku because I'm working on just Python basics. I don't need my high-level models. I need to save them for something better. So I can use this one to now search. It's going to name this project as Python Basics. If I come here and check, you see Python Basics is my new project. So my Python Basics, You see that suggested what would help you most with Python basics. Learn all these variables and all this. So you can use this to learn. You can do all this by yourself. So how I do it if I'm learning, if I'm doing a project, is maybe I want to create a notebook. I will ask you to create a notebook. Then I will carry that notebook as my base. And then I will take it to GitHub and upload it there. And then it helps the AI tools to do it better. And if I'm working on something high level, I even use Opus 4.8. And I have all my coding. Then I take it to Copilot and I run everything. And if anything, debugging, I use a Copilot to fix all debugging. And I'm able to work very well. So here I'll ask you to create a Jupyter notebook to teach a new beginner in Python. So it's going to create a Jupyter notebook for me and name it, and then I will download it from here. You see, everything is working. If you want it to notify you when these results are completed, it's going to notify you. If you don't want, you see everything is working. Let me see. If you follow, put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus. And we will soon be rounding up. Our time is almost there, but I'll just take this down a little bit and then we'll close. So you see it's running. It's creating this file. It has created a Python notebook. You see, Python notebook. IPython. Interactive Python notebook. So it has created a notebook here for me, Python Basics for Beginners. I'll now download this. This is my template. So I've downloaded it. Where is it? Python Basics is on my local computer. Python Basics for Beginners. I'll now go back to you see, this is still my GitHub account. I'll now upload it here. And also, you were taught that you can do, I will teach you about fork. I will teach you about how to upload files here. You can click on add file. And then you see create a new file. No, you click on upload files. And then it takes you to this environment. And from here, you can choose your file. Choose your file. I'm going to choose the Python Basics for Beginners. And then I will go down, commit changes. I have to make a comment here. But I may want Copilot to help me, but maybe Copilot is not there. So I will type it manually. Upload Python for Beginners notebook. And then I will click on commit. You see, there's no AI tool to help me here, so I have to type manually. Then I will click on commit to the main. You see, it's processing. It's uploading that notebook. You see, now I have, where's the main? Let me refresh it. You can refresh it. You see, I just refreshed it, and I have this Python notebook here. And so now I have this here. How many commits have I done? 4 commits. You remember I committed here. I've committed another one. And when we give you project, we want you to commit as much as possible. We want to see whether you're able to add comments. You see, when I was doing this, I removed extra blank lines in README. And then I also upload Python for Beginners notebook. We want to see if you're able to add comment, because as you grow, you'll be working on these projects with other people. When you add this comment before committing, other people will be able to know the kind of changes you made. But now what I did here was just to upload this notebook. Now I have a template. So I'm not going to ask Copilot to create this from scratch, but I can actually ask it to do it again. I have something in mind to do that when we go to the GitHub, when we go to code spaces. Now everything is ready for us to go to Copilot to use it for free. How do you use Copilots now? Now everything that was taught in Git, you will know it. Now any other person can come here and fork this repository. I've created this. Now this fork is 0. Why? Because no one has forked it. Now this is on my own personal account. I may decide to change this to another account, maybe to, how do you fork this to another repository? This is me working on this project. But another person, let me use my company's GitHub. This is my company's GitHub. Let me sign into that. Or not this one. Let me sign into because we are using NELIREF Research Foundation, so this may even help other people who may visit our GitHub repository. So you see, I'm now in NELIREF Research Foundation's GitHub. I've changed it from mine to, I've signed it to NELIREF Research Foundation's GitHub. I'm no longer the user of that other GitHub. I'm now like another user. Maybe I'm a user in Washington, D.C., and I came across this link. Maybe it was pasted somewhere and I saw it. And then I decided to fork it here. You see, when I was on the other one, it was not active. But here is active. I can fork this. That means, forking this means I am making a copy of this repository. And if you check it here, it's telling me who is the owner of this repository. Fork your own copy of Joseph Luper Tsenum's Python Basics. And now I can be able to fork it. You see, this is the name. If I want to rename it, I can rename it, but I don't want to rename it. I want to keep this, copy the path to my main branch, yes, and then you create a fork. Now I've done that. But you see, I just forked this repository from who? From me. From my other account. This is NELIREF Research Foundation's account, but I forked this from my own personal account. So this is coming to this. And it's telling me that this is a public repository. I forked this. If it was private, I won't be able to do that. And this went to my main branch. There is no we don't have other branches. And then I can do whatever I want to do here. I can make other changes and still be able to make the commits. And so with this, you understand what fork means. I can synchronize. Now, if I have made any changes and the user who forked this my repository wants to update it, they can synchronize. But now the synchronize is up to date. No new commits to fetch because Joseph is yet to do any new changes. But once I do any changes and you want to catch up with me to update this, you can now synchronize. But now there is nothing to synchronize. And you know, or you use synchronize on your phone, they may be asking you, do you want to synchronize? That's to make updates. You can synchronize that repository. So this becomes live. All that you have been taught in the morning, this is how you do it. So now I have a copy of Joseph's. Now I'm not Joseph. Now I'm NELIREF Research Foundation. So I'm NELIREF Research Foundation, and I came across Joseph's repository. I just forked it. If I want to see the main, I can click here. It can take me to Joseph's own. This is the main. And he worked here how many minutes ago? 5 minutes ago, 26 minutes on README. But I can go back to mine. I can go back to mine. Okay. So to mine, this is mine. This is what I did. And from here, I can also, if I want to add more files, I can add my own personal files. And just like Roland was saying, okay, the speaker, Roland or Peter was instructing you, don't make this repository your own personal repository and misrepresent it and copy this link to your CV. This is not your project. You see, this is showing that this is your project. Joseph is not appearing here. You can actually copy this to your repository, but you don't have to copy that without making major changes. Now I've not made any change. It means I'm plagiarizing Joseph's work. If I just copy this link to my repository without making any changes, it means I am misrepresenting Joseph's work. So I have to make major changes. add files. I can go to Copilot. I'm going to go to Copilot and show you all that is going to come later on. I can do that as well, but that is on code spaces. I can do that later, but I don't want to go into that now. I want to go back to Joseph's GitHub so I can use that and go to Copilot. I will still come back to this to show you how work is done and how to synchronize. But now know that I'm New Life Research Foundation, I'm not Joseph. So as New Life Research Foundation, I can decide to, okay, this is it for now. I can work here and make major changes, add more things here. I can add, now I can go back here. Let me now go back here. Now write a readme. Now Roland spoke about, either Roland or Peter spoke about prompt engineering. You need to apply your critical thinking, and I remember Fred spoke about that as well. Your critical thinking and your ability to give good prompts is what is going to bring the output. Now write a readme that I can copy and paste on my account. It's going to write the readme here, and then I will copy it, and I'm going to paste it there. Because Joseph's own was not having this readme, but this is based on all the updates I'm going to make. So not just writing it and leaving it there, but all the major changes I'm going to be doing, I will also update it in my readme. So that project is unique. It was first, but it's unique. So you see, it has given me a readme file here. This is a readme file. I can download this and upload it on Joseph's own, and it can actually update that. But I'll just copy this. I don't need to do that. Okay, I can do that. Let me see. Is this, can I edit this? Let me see. I just want to be sure that, okay, no. So I don't need to, okay, I can copy this. You can copy it here. You see, I just copied it. Now I'm not Joseph anymore. I'm New Lives Research Foundation. So I'll go back to my repository. This is New Life Research Foundations. I felt that I've zoomed that I've made major changes, and then all my major changes are now here. I've pasted it here. You see, I've pasted it. Now I can go ahead and commit my changes. And Copilot is thinking. It has suggested a commit message. Enhanced readme with detailed Python learning guide. And then extended description. Expanded the readme file to provide comprehensive guide. I didn't type this. This is Copilot working and doing this for me. So I will now commit the changes. Now if I go back to Joseph's, if I reload this, you will see that or if I go back here, you will see that this was very limited. It was only this that was there. But now it's a full description of my project and everything. You see, everything, description of the project is there. Google Colab, you gave external links and everything. The table is there. Everything is here. But this looks like AI, so I may decide to remove them if I want. And so, because it doesn't look like, oh, I just copied from ChatGPT, from cloud, so I can make all those changes. But for now, I don't care about that. I just want to leave it at this point. But you can see it has written everything for me. So, and then this is New Life Research Foundation. If you go back to the main, you see, the main is still empty. Joseph did not do a lot about this. This is still Joseph. But New Life Research Foundation actually put in work, brought in maybe more data, and did more work, and wrote the repository, the forked one, and now he has a full-blown README. Now I'll go back to Joseph. I'm not going to sign out from. I came here to show you how to fork it, and then I'll go back to Joseph. And in Joseph, I will see I've signed into Joseph's account. This is the basic. Oh, because I pushed that to the main. Okay, it's not. I have to go to my main repository, which is this. Or I can decide to come here and go to repositories. And repositories are this. This is my repository, the main one I created before now. You see, there is no README here. New library. Now I'm no longer new Library Research Foundation living in Washington D.C. I am just living in Florida. So now, what I did, someone else has enhanced it, has even gone ahead to make a publication. Now Joseph is still behind. Now I can come back here, and that's why, because he made this project public, another person is stealing his idea. That's why it's not good. If it's a work that is something that you've not published, don't make it public, because someone else can steal your idea and advance it faster and even complete and publish it. So now Joseph is back. Now if I want to build this, I don't want to do it here. I want to show you somewhere where to do it. I don't even want to write it. I want Copilot to write this README for me. So I will go back to, now if you want to, they also taught us how to download this repository or git clone. How do you git clone? Go to code. If you go to code, you see local and you see code spaces. There are two different things. Local is whatever you are going to do on your local computer. Code space is GitHub's workspace on GitHub server. This is on GitHub's server. GitHub has provided us with a server, just like Google has provided us with Google Colab. Anaconda has provided us with Anaconda workspace as well. And different other platforms. Microsoft, we have SageMaker. We have a lot of those IDEs, that's interactive, integrated development environments. So here, GitHub too, because it's competition. It's all about competition. They are also providing this for free, so that people can use it, and the more people use it, the more they become more popular, and they're also benefiting from all this data to train their models. They're using all this data as well. Their model becomes better. Their platform becomes better. So this one is just for the server, and this is for your local repository. And you are being taught that you can download this and work on your local computer and still push the changes to the server. We may not have a lot of time to do that now, but I can just show you how to clone a repository. And one of the commands we're giving was to git clone, and I'm going to show you how you can git clone. You see, clone using the web URL. You can download this repository here. Clone means to download, and we were told that you can actually download this manually. You can come here, download this zip file. You see, I just downloaded it to my local computer. It's right here. See it here. Python basics. Right here. I can now unzip it on my local computer. You see, I'm unzipping it. If I check here, what is inside is these two that are on my GitHub. This is on my local computer now. So I downloaded it. So to git clone is to download. You can download it manually if you so wish. But for those of us who wants to get their hands dirty to learn how to do it programmatically, you can use git clone. I can delete this. I don't want it to be here. I will delete this. I don't want it to be here because I want to git clone. Now, to git clone, I showed you how to download it manually. Open with GitHub desktop. You can open this with GitHub's desktop. GitHub has a desktop as well. This is a topic for another day, and I won't be going into this for now, but there's GitHub desktop, and I won't go into that today, but there's a tool like that. So, but I want to go to git clone. I want to do that clone, and After clone, I will go to code spaces, and that's the last. That's the last thing I will handle, and we will close from there. So now I'm here. Come to code. You will see local and you will see code spaces. On this local, you will see, and also I have a recorded, because we train our New Life Research Foundation's researchers. We have our volunteer leaders and volunteer researchers. We train them on how to use this. We have a recorded tutorial, and we'll send it to you to watch as well. And when you watch it, you will know more. So this is not the only one we're going to send to you. We have another recording we're going to send across to you as well. So now I want to git clone. I will now copy this. You see, I will copy this URL because I already know, and you don't have to master all the git clone. Yes, we're testing you on the quiz because we want to see if you can get some of the questions. If you were actually paying attention, you should be able to get some questions correctly. We're not going to hold you like we are flexible here. We are not universities. We're a non-profit, so we're not going to hold your neck like you must have 100 and over 100. Yes, we have a threshold to issue a certificate, but we are also very understanding. But we want to test your knowledge. Were you paying attention? Were you able? If you get a couple of them correctly, we know you were paying attention and you were able to get some. So we want you to be able to. You don't have to cram all the codes or all that Peter was telling you. No, you don't have to cram everything, but you have to know them. You have to know what is going on. You have to know some of the basics. Like as you get into the field, you will get to know a lot of things. They will become part of you. I'm getting to 7 years now in this space. Now I can tell you that I know most of these things, like git clone, git do this, git push, but it's because of the years of experience. And as you do it often, you will get to know them more and more. For now, you don't need to worry about cramming them and knowing them all. You can use your ChatGPT. You can use your cloud. I'm using my cloud here. The list of the list. One of the list. I'm using it. If I can ask it, tell me the command to git clone. I will ask it, and any command you ask it is going to tell you. And you can just use it's telling you git clone, and you put a URL, repositories URL. I've already copied my URL. So I'll just git clone, which you learned this morning. And you see they gave an example here. The user, this is my link. My link is this GitHub, the username, the repository's name, .git, which is here. It's the same thing. It's just this. My username is Joseph Luper Tsenum. My repository's name is pythonbasics.git. So I already copied this, and then I'll just git clone. Now you go back to your local computer, because the cloning is downloading a GitHub repository from the GitHub server, from the GitHub server to your local repository. To your local computer. So the Git is a software which everything is saved on the Git server. On the Git software, and then you want to bring it to your local computer so that maybe you want to work there. So I can do git clone. You see, I open my terminal. If you follow, put a plus. If you don't follow, put a minus. I want to know whether we're on the same page. So we can plus, minus. I follow, put a plus. I don't follow, put a minus. Plus, okay. It seems we're having some pluses there. It seems you're following. You can watch this as well. Plus, we have a lot of plus. So now go back to your command line. You all have a command line on your computers. It doesn't matter whether it's this or that. Now do git clone. This is a command. Git clone and paste that link. Now, but it's going to download to my home directory. So you can define where you want this to go. Do I want it to go to my downloads? I will now say cd that's current directory. Let it go to my downloads. I will now start typing downloads. If I tap on tab, it will complete it. And I'm now on downloads. This is where I am. On my downloads, if I list all the files, these are all the files on my downloads. So I can download this to my downloads, maybe because I want it to be there, because you always want it to be in a certain place. So I can now git clone, and then I'll put our link. You see, it has just git clone 100% done in less than 2 seconds. In less than 2 seconds, git clone complete. How many files? Only one. If I now go to my local computer, this is my local computer. I should be able to see the file I just git cloned, or the one I just git cloned. Where is it? Okay, I git cloned and I put on my downloads, and it should be here. Or someone, if I missed something, you let me know. It should be here. Or the cloning now there's another thing now. So the git clone, because you still want to work and push things on the server. So now if I list, let me list my files here. Let me list my files here. Python basics. I can list my files here and see whether. Okay, why is it not working? Let me restart this. Or CD downloads. I should be able to find, you see Python basics. Python basics is there. So I have Python basics. Python basics should be, you see, it's right here. I was looking for it, it's right here. And for this, it unzipped it. I don't need to unzip. It unzipped it. So all the 2 files are here. So you can git clone, you can see I've just git cloned. And you can do this as well. I just deleted it. If I check it, it's not going to be there again. So we're done with git clone, and I will quickly move to the server and show you how you can use AI agents. Already we are using AI assistants. This is an AI assistant. And now you are knowing that you can create a template here before going to code spaces. This is part of what we are doing. It's part of using AI assistants. You are learning prompt engineering. How do you give good prompts? You are learning that. You are learning to protect your privacy. You're not putting your security code here, or your VPN, or whatever. I mean, your security, your phone number, or whatever. You're not putting them here. I've created this. You know how to arrange your projects and how to come back. And if I come back here, and if it's too long, I delete them. Now, this is what I do. This is what I do. I'll also tell you one secret. If I do this and it's very long, and you can upload files here. I can upload files here. I can upload this, this one. I can upload this. And I will say, using this and the notebook, create a PPTX for me to teach this topic. And I don't know whether it's Python I uploaded, but it's going to create a PPTX. Now you can upload, I think, max of 20. You can upload maximum of 20 here if you're using, I don't know for those who are using free, who are on free account, but you can upload up to 20. And after uploading 20, or you can just say, just take note of that. And then you can still upload another 20. If you have like 50 files, you can still upload another one. And then before you start like asking it to do the task you actually want it to do, you can just ask it, take notes, I'm going to upload more files. Just note, I'm going to upload more files. It's going to just take note of that. And then you upload more files, and that is going to do. So, but as you work and this becomes a long chat, it doesn't really go, it doesn't really work for me and for many people. the long chart is not a good idea. So as the chart keeps going, like maybe hundreds, Roland was showing you that I wouldn't want it to go to hundreds of like 100 prompts. I don't want it to have 100 prompts. So when it reaches like maybe 20 prompts or 30, I don't want to continue here. But you see, it's creating a PPTX. It's going to create a PPTX. I will download and show you that today I can prepare that and teach you. I can prepare right here and teach you right now. And I can finish a project right in the next 2 hours. So you see, it's creating the slides. Slide 3, it has 15 slides. So let's see this. It has finished creating. This is very fast. It has created 15 files, and this looks like magic. But this is going to be very helpful to you. These are the slides, you see, Python data types. These are the slides it sort of like created. What are data types? And you see, it has created everything. Everything that is there, you see. And maybe I'm going to download this because this is very good. Because other people will need it. I'm going to upload it here. And I would do the same thing. I'll upload the file here. This is a teaching. This is what I created. I will upload it here and git push. I didn't add any comments, so but that's but you see, I didn't add any comments. You see, add files via upload. I added a file via upload. That's the comment that Copilot automatically added. So even if you don't add any comment there, Copilot is going to add. So now I just created something here. I just created a PPTX to teach me Python, which is here. And you can see it's teaching me Python, everything. You're ready. Now start coding with confidence. Now I can tell it to like use new live research foundations color brand. It's going to use, check their website, and you should be able to know. Or let me say update the slides and use. Update slides and use. So this is what we are doing. So we are right there. So you see, I asked it to use New Live Research Foundation's color brand, which is blue and white. It's going to visit our website. You see, it's showing, I didn't ask it, I didn't give it our website, but it has shown that our website is there. Because this can visit other websites and collect information without you giving the links. So it's actually, it has collected New Life Research Foundation's color brand. I don't know. For now, you see, I didn't give it any color brand. But it's going to visit the website and study it and know the color brand. And then you see, what are NELIREF's color brand? You see, it's suggesting something like this, probably. You know, color, let me ask, let me say, did you not find it on the website? Or maybe it also gave a suggestion somewhere and I didn't read. And that's why it's very important to read the comments. So let's see. You're right. Let me search more specifically for NELIREF's visual branding. Visual branding. It's going to search even posts we made that are public and things like that. And it's going to come up with a color brand with what we've been using, blue and gold, all this and that. I know actually, okay, once I know the color brand, but you know, see, so now this is where human comes in, because you have to come in, you are an expert in your field. Now I'm forcing it to do things for me that he doesn't know. He's still guessing. It can be 100% wrong. It may give me a color here that is not true. Like green is not. So now that's why you are an expert in your field. You have to give it what it is. I would say now I will help it. I will say it's deep blue and white. It's deep blue and white. So it's going to update the slides. All right, while that is creating, I'll go back here, and once it finishes creating, I'm going to come back here. But I always want to stay here to see how it runs. It goes faster. If I leave and come back, sometimes it stops, or it tells me come back in 2 hours or something. But you see, it's just finished creating. You see? Well, this is not actually the deep blue, but yeah, it makes sense. It has created this. It has changed things. It has made some deep blue, you know, and you can see from this, if you compare this with the slides I shared, it represents us. This is our branding. And you see the white, this is our branding. And with this, I can download it again and upload, but I will do this later. So now the final thing I want to talk about, if you have a question, drop in the comment box. If you don't have, put a plus if you follow. If you don't follow, put a minus, and I'm going to check that. But the final thing I want us to talk about before we go, but we will still keep answering questions on the platform, and we can also, as we come back next week, we'll take more on this. We believe as we do more hands-on next week, we'll be able to use all these AI tools, because we're preparing you that as we come back, you will begin to use code spaces. So now I go to code spaces. This is GitHub's server. This is GitHub's workspace. Now I will create a code space for this project, because there's no code space. I've not created it before. I'll now create a code space. That is a working environment for this particular project. So for each project, you have to create a code space. You have to create a code space for each project. If you create this one, don't assume that you've created for other projects. No, this is only for Python basics. You can see it has appeared here. This is another IDE. So if you've not gotten one and you've gotten GitHub, this is another IDE you can be using. Now you come here and you already have this. If you're using this for the first time, you have to click here and sign in to use this too. You see, it's going to ask you, I showed you the logo for Copilot. It has opened. This is the environment for coding for Jupyter Notebook. This is your terminal. This is for files. You see all my files that are in this. All my files here. They're already on the code space. If you've been able to open your code space, put a plus. If you're not able to open your code space, put a minus. I opened my code space for my project, put a plus. I wasn't able to do that, put a minus. But you can try that after here, and you're going to have access to this recording, so you can be able to watch them and follow them at a slower pace. So if you do that, you will see this environment, and this environment is a code space. You see here, if I click here on this icon, it tells me my GitHub, Joseph Luper Tsenum. This is my GitHub, because I'm signed in my GitHub. This is GitHub's account. If you're using a student account, like if you want to connect to maybe your student or your university server, you can connect it here. But that's the topic for another day. You will watch it. If you need help, reach out to us. I use it every day, so I can be able to show you how you can use that. But then this is where you can do your coding. Your Copilot is here. Your AI assistant is here. And so you see, sign in. I haven't signed into this. And if you go to your own Copilot, you can also see at this icon on this lower side, you see this Copilot icon. Click on this Copilot icon. It's going to log you in, or it's going to ask you use AI features. Then click on yes and sign in to your GitHub. It may take you to a web server where you can sign into your GitHub and accept the terms and conditions. And then you see, for me, because I've been using it, it's very automatic. So I'm here, and if I type something like open, I will ask you to open the Python notebook. Probably is able to open. Let me trust it's able to open. I ask you to open a Python notebook. This is the only Python notebook here, so you should be able to open it here. So you see it's working. But you see, this is just an assistant. This is a tool. So you have to be the boss. You still have to allow this, and you have to read everything and allow it. So he's asking me which one do I want to work with. You see, this just opened. I didn't ask you, I didn't open this, it just opened. And then I can have this Python notebook. I just selected the Python notebook, and this is opening. It may take a while, but you see, it has opened. So this is another environment you can actually play around. And also, now I can even add more files here. This is the one I created from here. I created from here. This is a template of what I'm working with. But if I have more files, I can also upload them here. I will right click on this end, click on this place. This is where your files are. So if you click here, or it's asking me, no, I don't want to install extra packages. If I want to upload more files here, like the file we worked with, I will right click here, and then I will go to upload. If you right click in this space and click on upload, you can upload the Jupyter notebook that Peter was using. And I think it was something like a Python notebook. I think it was something down here, very down. I think something here, 2026, yes. You see, I'm uploading a new notebook. You see, I just uploaded this notebook as well. But this notebook, I can double click here and open this other one. This is here. I can double click on this one and it can open. This is the one we're working with. And this is the one that I created on cloud. So now I have two. But you see, you just uploaded it on this workspace, but you've not committed, you've not saved it. So if you leave here without saving it, the changes will not appear here. This is your documentation. So in your documentation, you still have your previous files. The one you just uploaded, the 2026 that Peter was using, is not here because you've not git committed it. You've not saved it. Saving is to git commit and push. And also you now begin to use those ones. But for today, I want you to use only git commit and git push. Those are the only two I want us to work with. Next week, we expand to the other git commands that we have. We also use git clone. We used git clone earlier. We are using git commit. We're also going to use git push to show you how you can save the changes. Because you need this for the assignment, the task that will be sent to you. Because you have to commit the changes, you can use Copilot and commit the changes, and then we'll be able to see the changes. So now I have this, I can ask, now we want you to leverage the power of AI. This is the current one that I'm working with. I just opened this, the one that Peter gave us. I will ask you to populate the notebook with more cells containing examples of Python basics. It's going to all the basics that Peter was teaching. This AI tool is going to populate this notebook with them, and we want you to do that. Yes, it's going to do that for you, but you go back here and learn everything. Instead of you entering them manually, this is going to create everything for you. And remember, this is on auto. That is, it's selecting any of the AI tools. You see, if you click on this auto, it's going to show you the AI tools. It's using auto. That means it's automating, like using other AI tools as well. If I want to check and use any of this, you see Gemini, you can select a specific one you want to use. Do you want to use Gemini? Is it ChatGPT? Is it GPT 5? Is it GPT 5 mini? Is it this cloud. I will use this cloud. I want to use this cloud to do this for me. And then this is on agent mode. Now agent is the AI agent that is running this code for you. I will show you how you can plan as well. Ask is just to ask a question, but your set agent must be on agent if you want this code to run. What is it running? It's running this 2026 notebook. Now if I change this and I go and double click here, it's going to change here. You can see I double clicked on Python basics for beginners and it changed here to Python basics for beginners. If I click on 2026 Python programming, this is also going to change. And now if I paste this here and run this, it's working now. It's going to populate this notebook with more cells. But you see, I've not selected my kernel. So kernel is what we spoke about earlier, and it's going to suggest that you have to create the panel. You have to create a panel. I've not asked anything, but I'm just saying that's what it's going to suggest, because it's one of the first things that you need to do. So now I will go back and, well, I will help it and create a panel and select a kernel. But for you, if you want to wait till it asks you to create a panel, a kernel, you can wait. But it's going to ask you to create a panel or to select a kernel. So I'm selecting a kernel, and the kernels here, if you don't have any kernel, you can create new kernels. And new kernels, you can create them here. Browse marketplace for kernel extensions, install suggested extensions plus all this. I don't want that. Let me see this. I don't want, you see, I'm here to show you more things here. Here is the place to install things. You need to install things here, like Jupyter Notebook. You see, I'm installing Jupyter. If you click on this, I'm saying many things now, but we have many things here to install. This is where you can click and install things. You can just search for the package you want to install, like kernel, like Jupyter Notebook. And be careful, because you may install things that will steal your files, steal your information, because we have hackers who also have files here that you may just install, and it's going to corrupt all your files, it's going to steal your files. So ensure that what you're installing here is from a reliable source. Like I have, this one is from Microsoft. You can see Microsoft. I have this Murat Qatar. I don't understand this. Maybe this is a hacker, but I'm not saying they are hackers, but you may find hackers will create the same thing, and you may upload it and you will run into issues. So ensure whatever you are installing here is from a reliable source. Some may create, and it may look like it's from Microsoft, but it may not be from Microsoft. But you see the one I'm using, Jupyter, is from Microsoft. Some may create, like this one, it doesn't look like the one from Microsoft. So I will just ignore if I'm not sure of that. So whatever you are doing, you must be sure of whatever you are doing. So this is where you can click and install anything. Click this place. You can explore them. This place. You can explore them and install some packages. We send you some things that if you want to install them, you can install to enhance. In the assignment, you can install some suggested things. You see Python. You can install Python. You can install Pylons. These are from Microsoft. That Microsoft is a trusted company. And so you can install as many things here as possible. Things that are reliable. You can install them from IBM, but ensure they have IBM's logo. And you can check and ensure that this is really coming from IBM or Anaconda. If it's something like maybe Anaconda, maybe some things are coming from Anaconda. Let's see some of the packages are coming from Anaconda. If there are things you can trust, you install them. If there are things you can't trust, don't install them. So now I did that and I selected my kernel, I believe. Now you see I'm making changes. You see, I was running. What was I running? I think I was running on 2026. Let me go to 2026. So I was running this on 2026, and it has made changes. All the things it ran, new sections, it has told me all the new sections it was able to do. Now it's left for me to go back to the notebook and learn them as a beginner. All the new things it added is showing you. You can ask it, take me to the sections. And this is you using your prompt engineering and your critical thinking ability to be able to ask this copilot to take you to the changes it made, and can begin to take you to those sections, probably. And then you can begin to learn. You see it's working. Add a table of content or something like that, or probably it added a table of content somewhere where it's like taking you to the sections it's actually added or something. But I'm not paying attention to that, so I don't want to spend more time on that. But I believe it did that. So the changes now, it has made a change, and this is now your Git. This is now your source control, and you know your source control is your Git. Your Git is your source control, and this is your Git. This is your Git. And now I can say maybe Git status. You were taught Git status. You can check Git status from here. Now Git status is saying your branch is up to date with origin and all that. On tracked files, use Git and all that to include what is okay. Now you see, this is not nothing okay, or nothing added to commit, but tracked files. You see, this is flagging this because something has been done to it. Something has been done to it. Now, if I want to git commit, and that's why you must have this terminal. If you don't have this terminal, there's a way you can get it from here, from one of these. I think if you click on one of these arrows, like, okay, those are just arrows. If you click on maybe one of these, you will see, if you click on one of these, you will see problems, outputs, debug console, you'll see terminal. You see ports. The ports, you see terminal. It's terminal that we want to have. You have terminal on your local computer. GitHub has also provided you with a terminal. So let's see the comment on the list of useful packages to install. Yes, I'm going to send that to you in the course of the assignments. So okay, we have, I think VS Code can perform the same. Yes, VS Code can do that as well. But ensure that you sign into your GitHub on your VS Code. If you go to your VS Code, this is my VS Code. Because I updated it recently, I haven't used it. This is my VS Code. I'm trying to open my VS Code quickly. For that, someone that asked that question. So from your VS Code, ensure that you sign into your GitHub account on VS Code, and you will be able to do that as well. You will have the Copilot, and you can work here. It's taking some time, but it's going to open. I think, do we have any pressing question? All right, our TAs and instructors are doing justice to them. So I'll go back to that place and try to round up. So now you see, I'm here. I've created. I showed you how you can upload more files. Upload here. If I want to download any of this file, is it possible? Yes. Click on this file, and right click on it. You can download. You can see. You can download this file. So now I will ask you to. What I will ask you to do, you see, VS Code is still loading. I think this is not part of what I'm doing here, but once it opens, I'll show you someone that asked that question. So now you see, I'm working here. I've done that, but a change is here. There is a change here that is not reflecting in my own personal repository. Okay, quickly, I'm going to digress and go to VS Code for that question that someone asked. It's taking time because I know since I think you see even this yes, since I updated it, I haven't opened it. So it's and also you can use VS Code on the web. I hope you know about that. There's a web version of VS Code. So I use the one on the web. I connect with my university server and I work from there. Because sometimes it's slow to my liking. So I just go to the web version and then I use it from there. So so let me go back here. So I was trying to show you that you see here all the changes we made to that notebook, to this notebook. In fact, we even uploaded the 2026. You see, you can't find it here because you've not git committed. So now how do we git commit? You come back to your code space. You can play around here. Do as many things that you want to do. You can chat with it, do whatever you want to do. You can even, now I can decide to put this on agents. Plan. Plan means you're putting it to plan your project. Maybe you have a new project and you want it to give you ideas. Now I've put it on plan. Now anything I do here is not going to execute. Oh, they're telling me Copilot student usage have used for 49%. It's going to reset on June 30th. So I have to be mindful. So for those of you who are going to be using student account, Copilot student, you know, this is how it monitors. It just pops up for you to know that upgrade pilots. I don't want to upgrade Copilot student. I don't want to upgrade to for me to like buy Copilot Pro. You will be build. Oh no, did I upload? No. Okay, you see, if I want to buy more space, like for my company, we buy more space because we're a company. So we buy Copilot for $10 and then we're able to use. For those of you who have money and who wants to try that, you can try it. If you're not a student, you can actually buy from here and you'll be able to work on some projects. But for my company, we use it, we buy and we use. And you just put your address and you're able to use that. So, but for me, I don't want to buy that. I'm a student. I don't want to stick to the one for students. This is the one I'm using for students. If it's for company, I have my GitHub for the company. And that's why I showed you here. If you come here, you will see my GitHub for the company is over there. You see bioprecisionai.com. And also, Roland told you that you can actually use that to create a brand new website. Am I a web developer? No. But I leverage this Copilot to create a website. If you check BioPrecision AI, this is my company's website. How did I create this website? When it came to New Life Research Foundation's website, we had a web developer that created our New Life Research Foundation's website. And this is New Life Research Foundation's website. Majority of you have visited it, we believe. And you explore it. This is New Life Research Foundation's website. You can explore it. This was created by a web developer, and we have our own in-house web managers who managed or who are responsible for managing this website. But look at this, my company's website. This was strictly created by Copilot. And I'm telling this to you as well. And Roland mentioned this, and we're here to guide you. We're here to show you even how to execute projects. And I also showed you on how we, our New Life Research Foundation team, is also using Copilot on projects. We have a lot of projects that are ongoing, and we use that in a day to do a lot of things to plan. We use that to plan for some projects and then to execute them. But for an example, I'm telling you, I'm just showing this to you, that this is our company's website. This was a picture we took in San Diego. We pitched our company's idea in San Diego in 2024. And here you can see, yes, I had a template. Now, how did I create a template? I relied on someone with web design skills, and Peter was the one that created it. Thankfully, he's here, and our appreciation to him for that. He created a template and then gave me the template. And with the template, I was able to, without any web design skills, I was able to use Copilot, and then I already bought the domain name since 2024, or since 2023, when the company was founded. And then I was able to deploy the website on my own without having any skill, because someone in this field created those files, and I can show you those files. I think they're still my local computer. If you go here, you will see BioPrecision AI. You see, this was HTML. This was created by Peter, and these forms, you see, they are here. So I just had a template. And then how do we put everything to become a website? I leverage that. That's why Roland was saying we still need experts in that field. We need people to rely on. And if you're an expert in your field, you can leverage that to do a lot. For instance, I use AI for drug design, and I'm using this to do a whole lot of things because I'm an expert in that field. I understand about chemistry, bioinformatics, and I'm using that to design drug molecules. So you can leverage this to do a lot of things. If you are already a web developer, that will even enhance your skills. You can build a website in a single day. Believe me, this was completed in a couple of hours, not up to 5 hours for this website to be up. I just supplied the pictures. How did I put the pictures? Because these pictures were not sent to Peter. I was the one that did this with Copilot and with the content. I provided the content and everything, and you can see the website with all the sections. It created all the sections. You can see a home, about the services we offer, the focus. The focus you have small molecules, biologics, oligonucleotides, biomarker discovery, scientific strategy, pitch deck. We have a pitch deck here about the company and what we do. this pitch, we also used AI cloud to refine it. You can see it created a beautiful pitch, and that was what Roland was telling you, that you can actually have a prototype, because investors want a good pitch, and we created something like this with my team that we work together in this company, and then we have that as well. So, and then you find my team here. How did I have these pictures? Even to crop and make this to look aligned, I have some more things to put here. You can see our qualifications are not here because I haven't updated this thing. And I have to go back and do that because I have a lot of things I've been handling. But you see, it has created this website. Even this, you can see the background is the same. The background was different. If you look at something, the pitch, look at the pitch. The background is different. The backgrounds are different from the pitch. But I asked Cloud, make this to be same. And it did everything. It's because of my prompt engineering, critical thinking, and knowing what you want to do. It created everything. We gave it everything. All the Q&A, we gave it everything. And for some of the things, it even did it by itself. We just enhanced it, and it was able to do that. How did we upload these pictures? I just sent the pictures on. I came here, and I'm telling you, you can do this as well. I just came here and just uploaded the pictures here. Uploaded it here, and just came here and asked it. Now I have the pictures, put them where they should be. Just a simple prompt, and it went here. This was a pitch. We pitched this in St. Petersburg here in Florida. We pitched this in San Diego here. This was here in Florida. This was in San Diego. We have more pictures here that we do, and all this were done by Copilot. And this form created by Copilot, activated by us, and everything works. I went back. Any question I had, I asked, and it gave every single thing. All the social media links, you see everything here. And I can copy this link and send in the comment box to for some of you who want to explore it. You can explore this and see how this helps you. You can just take a look at the website. I don't know whether that link went through, but I believe that went through. Okay, so that website was created by me, created by Peter, but it was in its initial phase, and then I went ahead to work on this and deploy it. So you can do that as well, and you can leverage these tools to help you to do that. How do you plan for a project? I put this agent on plan. If you come to Local, no, not Local. If you come to, where did it go? Here, these arrows. You see, on this agent mode, I put it on plan. You can plan a project here, and then you you can ask it, okay, plan for an advanced Python course, and generate a doc. You see, now I'm asking it is on plan mode. It can't execute any code. It's planning. let me ensure. Okay, it's on plan mode. So you see, it's planning, and after it plans, it finish. After this is after it's done with planning, it's going to dump the file here, the document, without me doing anything. And then I will now go to agent mode, change it to agent mode, and then I'll ask the agent. This ask is to ask any questions, just for you to just interact and just ask any question. But you see, I can ask the agent mode to now work on that plans document and execute. You can collect data from this. We have some projects we're working and we ask you to collect data from us, for us. And it goes to websites, curate everything, and then we move on. But we have humans who have to go to those websites and check every single thing and ensure it aligns with what we have. And then you need to build a ground to be able to understand what has been created. So this is what we have, and it's going to create. It's asking. Let me come out of that. Okay. You can save this course and plan, customize. Create. Save the document. So you see, it didn't save it, and I have to come in as a human to tell it, save it here. So it's going to try to save that document here. I want it to save it here before I will push the changes. I will commit and push the changes. That's the final thing I'm going to do, and then we'll call it a day. We'll send instructions to you to work on your project. It's running. You can see everything is running. It finished running, but I can't still find it here. You see, it's here. Oh, it's not. Python data is not. The document is saved and ready to use. Where did you save it? Where did you save it? All right, I'm asking because I can't find it here. I want to know where it saved it. I saved it. Memories. Okay, maybe I should. It should just appear here. I can't find it in my Explorer. I can't. It will correct it even if I put a wrong thing. I can't find it in my Explorer. You see, I didn't know where it was. I just put on it, and you can exploit on your own as well. I'm telling it I can't find it there. So it should put it there. So probably it's going to put it here because I want to see it here. Or maybe I need to reload this page. I don't want to try that, so it doesn't take a lot of our time. They say you're right. The memory system file isn't visible in your Explorer. You see, it's saved in the memory, in the memory, but not here. So I want it to be saved here. So would you like me to convert the course plan into a Jupyter? No, wait. Create the file manually in VS Code. Yes. Let me just say yes, whatever. But you see, I'm fast. I say yeah, but it's gonna correct because he knows, and that's why it's natural NLP, natural language processing. I just say yeah, but this model was trained by masking. Masking will mean some words when they omitted some words and they trained the model. So any missing word is going to understand it. That's what we're going to be discussing about NLP next week, Friday, and you will know what that means. But you see, let me have it's this then save it. It's asking me to do that. It's now troubling me. It's giving me this can be a small baby, and then have to force it now. You are not. I will not tell you. You are not doing what I asked you to do. Now do it, and I want to see the file now. Now it's like I'm commanding it So I want to cdify now. So sometimes you have to go a little bit harder. Otherwise, you keep beating around the bush, and it will not give you what you want. So, and that's why sometimes, even in leadership, you have to um, take a stand, or you have to come into like give leadership. So here too, please enable terminal tools, and I will create in seconds. Enable terminal tools. Where is terminal tools? I apologize for the confusion. I don't have file creation tools. How do I enable it? Enable it. I don't know. Maybe it has to install it, but I don't know. You see, but it's gonna try something out. Whatever it's doing, I don't want to understand. My job is get it done and get it done. I apologize. I don't actually have terminal tools. Okay, run it on my terminal. Run it on my terminal. That's if it wants to actually install those tools on my terminal. It's opened. But you see, I'm running because. And did I take any prompt engineering course? No. It's just my own critical thinking and just understanding what I want to do, knowing what I want to do, and guiding it. If it fails, you know what you want to do. So you keep, giving it more. And you see, it may come here and run something. It may come here. It may not. It may just install it there. But whatever it's doing, but if it keeps beating around the bush, we can quit for today. But know that should be able to work. It has worked for me severally. That's why you can see that website is standing, because I did every single thing. So well, whatever it's telling us, I don't mind it again. But maybe it's in memory, wherever it is. Let me now git commit so that I can release you if we've taken way too long. So now you see, if I click on this, you see some of the changes that I've made. You will see them here. The initial commit I made. Okay, you see upload Python for beginners. Remove. Okay, these were the things that we did before, and this was in the main. This was in the main. Then if I want to commit the changes here, you can see one that appeared, and it shows us here that this change was made on 2026 Python programming. You remember we created cells and asked it to expand it, which is part of your task, is what we are giving you to go and do. So I can add a comment here, because here I don't think I have AI. Do I have AI? Generate commit message. You see, they are making things easier for you. I don't even need to type. I can ask it to generate, and it's going to just generate like a message here, because it knows what I did. So I say implement feature X to enhance user experience and optimize performance. Yeah, maybe that's what I did. That's what I did. And then I can go ahead and commit. Commit is to send commit changes to the main. I'm committing these changes to the main. If I want to commit it to something else, I can do that as well. If I want to commit and push at the same time, there's a way you can do it here. If you click on this arrow, you can commit and push at the same time. And you can find more things here, which I'm not going to be talking about today. But I just want to commit so that I can use the command line to git push. So I'm going to use only the first, but I want to do this at the same time. I can do it here, but I don't want to do that. I want to just git commit. You see, now it has opened. Committing is sending this to Git software for it to send it to Git so that you can save it to your repository. So now, would you like to stage all your changes? This is to stage all the changes. You remember you were told that commit actually stage your changes, and then you can now push them to save it. So now I will say yes, because I want to stage everything. Now it has staged everything. Can you see that one? There was one that was appearing here. Can you see it? No. Why? Because we've staged it. Now I can git commit on the command line. I would have done it there and just git push at once, but I can now git push here. Git push. Enter. It's running. You see, it has completed. It has git pushed these changes. Now before, you see, we're having only this. But now we've git pushed. If I now refresh this, you will now see that the changes will appear here. Can you see 2026 now? 2026 Python Programming Notebook. And now you can see the changes. The commits are now 6. They were 4 before. Or about, 4 something. But now they are 6. Or it was 5 before, but now they are 6. And now you can see that the 2026 we uploaded and we did, you see the comment that we made on this GitHub server is now here. And when did we save it? 1 minute ago. But all these other ones were done like an hour before. This was the only change we made because we uploaded it and we also expanded it. So this is the task you are going to be doing in the next 1 week. And you will use this to learn more, play around more examples, and get to know more about Python. With that, we've come to the end. We've come to the end of this session, and we're going to be sending this whole thing to you. And feel free, we want to thank you for staying to the end. For a lot of you who stayed to the end, you were free to leave, but to still have the recordings, to be able to watch and do that. And we believe that you will come back next week. And if you are able to leverage this to even build a website, send it to us. We're not limiting you to, we're also, it's going to contain in the task 1 instruction. If you want to use this to even build a website, if you can build a website between now till Friday, do it and send it to us. You are adding more points. You can improve your points. If you want to do something else and you create something and you git push and you have even multiple repositories that we can see the commits, we can see all this, do it. You're allowed to do that. And then we'll be able to, if you have any questions about this, we have another recording. And we also have messages that we send on our platform that we keep sharing with you. We will make a long message and send to you as well. And then you'll be able to follow everything and you will do from now till next week. So now till next week is just familiarizing yourself with all these AI assistants. There is even much more to share with you. I mean, what I've shared here is just like 40 to 50%. There is more to talk. There's more to share. When did I come to this field? When did I become a computer scientist? It's just started like 6 years ago. So you are just starting now. Commitment and just consistency, it matters. In the next 1 year, you will not be where you are. So it requires commitment. It requires all this. And if I can tell you that I've shared just 40 to 50% of what I know and what is obtainable here, it means it's more that I have. And how did I come to know? It's because of years of experience. So, and with AI tools, it's even much easier to debug. And with all the, you see, if there's any error here, if there was any error in this cell that we purposely left some errors, if you ask AI agents to do it for you, it can do it for you. So it's now left for you to leverage these tools to do it. But if it does it for you, learn it. You can ask it, what was the mistake that it made? You can compare you can actually compare the differences and know, oh, this was a mistake here, this is what it did. Because the idea is that you understand. We want you to build your ground and understand the basics. Once you understand the basics, using the AI tools becomes much easier. I'm using all this, I'm doing all this, I'm playing around, I'm going very deep. A lot of things that I still know. I'm going that because I've built my foundation, my ground. No one built it for me, I did it. So you have to do it. Take this 1 week and start building your ground now. With that, we've come to the end, and I'll hand over to Prophet if he's still there, and then we'll draw the curtain for today. All right, we're going to be closing, but Fred is not there. So thank you all for joining, and want to give anyone here an opportunity to pray. And then we close. Anyone here? You want to pray for us? We want to give the opportunity to pray for us.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
I want to pray. In Jesus' name. Can I be heard?
Amen. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello?
Amen. Can hear you.
Father, we appreciate you so much for this wonderful privilege, for this training, and for what you are doing through NELIREF. We thank you because, Lord, it's by your mercy and by your grace that we are here. We see the efforts that the pioneer of this work is putting in and every other trainer on this particular platform. We're grateful to you because it is the beginning of greater days and greater years to come. And we are trusting that, Lord, this knowledge that is being committed into our hands, that Father will not bring it to waste, that we will make the ultimate use of it for the glory of your name, and that we will in turn commit unto other faithful men. We thank you because we know a lot of resources are going into this training, but we're receiving this free. We pray and ask that you will replenish and bless all those who are giving this to us freely. And we ask that in the end, your name will receive all the glory and adoration. For everyone in this training and as a class who are going back, we pray that, Lord, you prosper our various endeavors and give us good health, that we're able to resume by next weekend. And as we study other work that we're giving, give us the understanding to navigate the difficulties that we may face. Thank you because we know you've heard us and you answer. First in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you all, and see you next week, Friday. You will receive all the task one instructions and all the emails. Thank you, and bye.